Hi everyone, welcome. In this video, we are going to build user management application implementing JWT authentication and React. Okay, we are going to start the full stack projects from today. Okay, just listen to me. You might be thinking that what we're going to cover in this video and what are these? Why you have written these? Local storage, JWT token, HTTP only cookies. Okay, till now we are using local storage, Redpan. Till now we are using the local storage to store the data, whatever. Is it if it is confidential, okay, or some object or whatever. We are using the local storage to store the data, set item, get item. But from now, in this video or from now, we are going to eliminate the usage of local storage with HTTP only cookies in case of storing the JWT token or some confidential data. For others we can use, but not in case of JWT token. Why? Less secure, more secure, real world, and can be easily read by scripts or some malicious scripts. Okay, but HTTP only cookies cannot be accessed by JavaScript. Prevents against XSS, cross-site scripting, CSRF. Okay, in my pipeline there is live streaming OTT. Okay, I'm working on it, almost completed. Okay, Okta. Okay, Okta, fine. It took me 15 days to set up. Okay, then stock trading or payment gateway. Okay, so these projects are in my pipeline, but I have taken the user management application. Why? Because I want you all in the same page. In this video, I'm going to explain you everything in detail. Everything from zero, from basic to beginner to advanced. Okay, you're going to love it. You're going to love it. Please don't miss the React part. Fine. So everything we're going to cover, all concepts should be clear. Then only in this video. From the next video, I'm going to do direct code. Okay, let's start the video. Okay, code flow, or I can say that React plus Java code flow or backend code flow. Obvious. Fine. Once you understood the code flow, pause the video and code at your own, how much you can. Okay. Then just video is there, you can watch it. Fine. And I'm also going to ask one interview question in between. Okay. So please pay attention and stay focused. Okay. Let's start. So consider this is our user management application. Okay. And this is some title here. And here are two buttons, login, sign up, and here you can put some title or some heading, for example, welcome to user management application. And here are again two buttons, getting started and learn more. Okay, and you can just add the contents. Okay, fine. Now there are two types of user, you very well know, admin user and normal user. Okay, fine. First, let's take the normal user. Okay. Now, the user clicks on the sign up button. Okay. So, we will redirect user to the sign up page, or it's not a sign up page. We'll just, instead of this content, we are showing the sign up form. Okay. Here is the login, here is the sign up, or we can also do that. We'll just create the model. Okay. And will show the model, okay, for the login and sign up, but that is the CSS part. We'll do it later on. Okay, for now that is okay. So here is the sign up form, username, email, password, confirm password, and sign up button. Once user clicks on the sign up button, okay, we will create our first API, that is register normal user, which will take the DTO, username, email, password. Okay, done. Now on successful sign up, we will redirect user to the login area. Okay, now here the login form will open. Username, password, login, and this is our user. Okay, once user logged in, we will create another API that is login. Okay, so once user clicks on the login, the control goes to the backend. It will just validate and revert back with the DTO, and then we will again redirect user to the main page. Okay, you can see once logged in, again user will go to the main page with few modifications. What it is? Here is some title. Okay, here is the same thing. Welcome to the user management buttons, and in place of these two buttons, here is the username. Okay, here is the dashboard button, and here is the logout link or logout button. Okay, why? Because see, user logged in successfully. Okay, we are showing the username dashboard. He can just click on the dashboard button and go to the dashboard or log out. But if suppose user wants to do something on the main page, suppose he wants to go to some blogs. Okay, there is a blogs menu. Okay, the navigation bar or whatever. He wants to explore something, whatever. Okay, so we are just showing the status. Okay, you are logged in. Here is your username is displaying, dashboard, and log out. Fine. Now here we will create one more API, that is get current logged in user. Get current logged in user, and we will get the user using the authentication object. Okay, if you are not getting, don't worry. I told you in this video I'm going to explain everything. From the next video, all direct. Okay, fine, but try at your own first. Okay, so once the user clicks on the dashboard, okay, so here is the dashboard. Okay, now the interesting thing is coming. So here is dashboard, here is the navigation. Okay, menus, home, profile, settings, and here are the some contents. Okay, fine, you can add whatever you want to add. Okay, here is the name and whatever. Once this is the user, once user clicks on the profile menu, then just pay attention here, update profile. Okay, so you can see okay, so home, profile, settings. Okay, so once user click on the profile, here we are displaying the profile information, username, not password, email, and here are the two buttons, edit profile and change password. Okay, we'll not display the password here. We'll create another model. Okay, once user click on the change password, a model will open and will ask current password, new password, confirm password, and password got changed. Okay, now just tell me. Okay, so tell me, we all know that at the time of login, okay, just pay attention here, yeah, at the time of login, here username, password, and when user clicks on the login button, we are generating a JWT token which contains user information. I already told you in my past video that JWT token consists of three parts. One is header, okay, dot, second is payload, or we can call it as a claims, dot, and third is signature. Claims contains the user information, okay, username, whatever. Fine. Now JWT token contains user information, username, and all. Here in the profile information, once user clicks on the edit profile and you have edited the username, for example, initially at the time of sign up, okay, suppose the user is John, Okay, and the username he has kept is John123. Now in the profile he wants to edit the username, and he edited from John123 to John456. Okay, and click on the save button. Now the username has been changed, edited. Okay, fine. Now suppose you logged out and again you are trying to log in, but you will get a big user not found. Why? Because see here, in the database it got updated with John456, but in JWT token which contains the username, old username. So our program, our code will try to find out that username John123 in the repository, in the database, and you will get the user not found. Get my point? In the real world also you have seen some of the website where username can't be changed. Once you enter, username can't be changed. Okay, GitHub, I guess, I don't know. Okay, just you'll share the username. Okay, just you have seen, fine. Now, what is the solution? Suppose I want to change my username. What is the solution? It's not like, okay, let's keep the username fixed. No. Okay, we are creating our application in a real world. We want to change the username. Every functionality we want to implement. Okay. From till now, we are creating the JWT token using the username. Instead, we will create using the user ID. Yes, when at the time of sign up, okay, at the time of sign up, a record created in the database. A record created in the database, okay, John123, password, username. Okay, now user can change these details. User can change email, password, username, whatever. But user ID, that is the primary key, unique, can't be changed. Okay, so if the JWT token contains user ID instead of username or generated using that, then no issue. This is the first solution, and what I feel this is the better approach in this case. Second is refresh token. Once the username got changed, we need to refresh the token. We'll create a refresh token entity, and then we'll just using the repository, we'll just go through it. Okay, so we'll revert it back with the token and refresh token. Okay, that is the lengthy approach, but one of the good approach. So these are the two approach I'm going to teach you. Okay, but this is one of the better approach. Let's create using user ID and just resolve. Easy to maintain and all. Okay, and we'll see both the approach. I'm not going to leave anything in this project. In the next project, let's consider the refresh token one. Okay, so this is what the answer of it. Okay, and then you can change your username how many times you can access the API, because JWT token wants the user ID, and user ID for a particular user remains constant. Okay, fine. And then settings and everything else is done. Okay, so here we'll create the update user API. Okay, and yeah, that's all. So this is for the normal user. Okay, for the admin users, there is only one changed. Consider this is the admin has logged in. The admin has logged in, and here is the home page, and we'll keep the profile. Okay, we'll keep the settings, and here are the users. Only visible who is logged in as a admin. Okay, whose role is admin. And here all the users are visible in a tabular format. ID, username, email, and actions. Under the actions, there is one button, delete button. Suppose one John123, email, whatever, and delete. So admin can delete it. Plus here is one option, add another admin. So see, this is the delete button. So delete user API created. Okay, fine, and add another admin. Okay, I told you in the in our previous project video that only one admin logged in as an admin can only able to create another admin. So we have provided register admin user in the admin dashboard. Okay, there is no any public API to register the admin user. Okay, just like I given the example of Amazon. Okay, if you hired in the Amazon, then your credential created by the admin professionals, not the end users. Okay, fine. So here we'll just add option add user, admin user. Okay, and register normal user. Login, admin can only able to log in here. We'll just verify using the rules and what. Okay, fine. So what APIs we have done? Register normal user, okay, registered. Then login, okay, get current user, done. Then update user, update profile, delete user, okay, add or register admin user. Yeah, that's all. And yeah, one more thing, change password. So another API will create in our Java, that is change password. Yeah, that's all. And the most important thing is, the most important thing is, yeah. So when we'll generate the token at the time of login, when we'll generate the token, we will not store the token in the local storage. Okay, so initially I've just watched many videos. Okay, so what they're doing is generated the token. Okay, fine. Then returning the token. Okay, or returning the object which contains the token and storing that token in the local storage dot set item. Okay, I told you local storage is less secure, can be easily read by scripts. Okay, that's why we will use the HTTP only cookie. Okay, highly secure, we'll use this. Okay, so please don't miss the JWT part also. Okay, fine. So this is what the code flow we have done. These are the APIs, and don't worry about the that entities. There is just user. Okay, so entities are user and user DTO. Okay, register request DTO. Okay, what else field required to register a user? Login request DTO and login response DTO. Okay, so login response, what the response we want, that is the token and user DTO. Okay, we are returning the DTO, not the user, because user contains the password also. Okay, so in the user DTO we'll just add the email username. That's all. Okay, yeah, that's all. Done. In the register request DTO, username, email, password. In the login request, username, email. In the user, you can just add everything: email, username, password, updated at, status, boolean status, created at, whatever. Okay, so these are the few DTOs and entity. Okay, this is the entity and these are the DTOs. Okay, done. So this is what the code flow. Now without wasting much time, let's go to our browser, set up the project, build the backend part and build the React part, run the application, run whatever we want and test it out and then finish it. Okay, fine. And yeah, one more thing, if you haven't subscribed, then please subscribe my channel. Okay, so let me go to my browser. Okay, so here's my browser and let me go to the Spring Initializer. Let's set up the project. Okay, yeah. So at first, let me give my project name user management app. Okay, and Maven Java current version. Let's add the dependencies. First is Spring Web, then Spring Validation. Okay, then MySQL driver, then JPA, then Lombok. Okay, then DevTools, then Spring Security. Okay, and rest all three JWT dependency will add them when we'll code the JWT part. Okay, fine, jar 17, let's generate it. So let me save it in my folder. Okay, it's downloading. Okay, now let me go to my folder and extract the project. So extract all, extract. Okay, now let me go to my Eclipse and import it. Import existing Maven project, browse. Okay, and today modifications, yeah, user management app. Select folder and finish it. Okay, so it's importing where okay, user management app. Fine, let me go to my pom.xml. Okay, what all dependency I've added, that is JPA, security, validation, web, dev tools, JConnector, Lombok, and the test dependencies. Fine. Now at first let's create the entity, that is user entity. Okay, pause the video and do it at your own. Okay, if you understood the code flow. Entity, if not then also try once. User. Okay, fine. So okay, entity. Okay, table, I want Hibernate will create the table by the name users. Okay, fine. Private long ID, private string username, private string email, private string password. Okay, and you can also add private boolean. Okay, is active. Fine. And private local date time, local date time, and created at. Okay, similarly local date time, updated at. Okay, fine. Now the values of these two properties. Okay, see, whenever a new record, whenever a new row inserted in the users table, before it we will update these two values using the pre-persist and pre-update that annotations. Okay, so before it, first let me create the roles. Set string roles. One second. Okay, and at element collection, it will create a new table in the database. Fetch type eager. Okay, by the name users underscore roles. Okay, now the next is protected void on create. Okay, this dot created at equals local date time dot now. This dot updated at equals local date time dot now. Okay, at pre-persist. Done. Similarly, protected, that is pre-update. Okay, on update, whenever we'll update anything, okay, username, email, password, then that time updated at local date time. Okay, we should have to keep the track. Updated at equals local date time dot now. Okay, and it is pre-update. Okay, and yeah, so whenever any new row inserted in the users table, okay, with some ID, some username, some email, password, then at that time before it these two method called. Okay, and the created at, updated at values got set. Whenever any updation takes place, whenever some fields got updated, then this method pre-update. Okay, so we should not have to worry about the values of these two properties. And here also let me keep it as true. Okay, is active, true. So in the user DTO, we'll just create ID, username and email, and we should not return the user entity. Rather, we'll return the user DTO because user contains the confidential information. Okay, fine. Okay. Extends JPA repository user. Okay. Please make sure you should have to implement the user entity which you have created. Okay, I've seen many people, they have imported this user and this one in the org.apache.catalina, this one. Okay, no, user, this is what the entity you have created, com.example.user management entity user. Okay, fine. And here long, fine. Now let's create the three controller. Why three? Wait, let me explain you. So controller, first let's create the user controller. Okay, add REST controller and request mapping users. Okay, next let's create the auth controller. Auth controller, REST controller and request mapping auth. Okay, and the last one is admin controller. Admin controller. Okay, fine. And admin. Okay, so the auth controller is for authentication purpose. Auth controller and admin controller is for authentication purpose. Auth controller to register the normal user and login process. Admin controller to register the admin user. User controller to handle other APIs. For example, get user by ID, get users, all users. Okay, change password, get current users. Okay, reset password, sending the mails. That is the later thing. Okay, fine. Now let's create the service. Service. So first is user service. Okay, and then the authentication service. Okay, fine. We'll handle both here. We'll handle the auth controller and admin controller in the authentication service only. Fine. No worries in that because the registration part is important. Okay, we should not allow. And yeah, one more thing. At pre-authorize has role admin. Okay, yeah, so we should not allow any normal user to enter in the admin controller and register him as an admin. Okay, to register the admin, you should have to log in first as an admin and then you are allowed to access the APIs written in the admin controller. Okay, fine. Okay, so everything is done. Now let me go to my user controller and first let's complete our APIs. Okay, fine. So now first let me auto wire the user service. Okay, user service, that is auto wired. Fine. So we've also not created the DTO. Okay, so public response entity and user DTO. Okay, so let's create it. New class. The package should be DTO and user DTO, which contains add data and private long ID. Okay, private long ID and private string username and private string email. Okay, that's all. Fine, let's add the validation. So it should not be blank and the size minimum 3 and maximum 50. Okay, similarly for the email should not be blank. Okay, size it should be maximum for email size should be maximum 70. Okay, and email. Okay, so added the validation, fine. User controller. Okay, the first API is get user by ID. Okay, pause the video and do it at your own, because you very well know get user by ID, get all users, get user by username, change password. So you need to just pass the password, current password, and new password, confirm password. Okay, and for these also register normal user, login, and register admin user. Okay, so try at least once. Okay, so at path variable. Okay, yeah, long id and return response entity dot okay user service dot get user by id. Okay, I'll pass the id. Let me import this also. Fine, this is the get mapping get user by id and id. Okay, fine, let's quickly create all the APIs. Next API is public response entity, okay, of type user DTO and get user by username. Okay, at path variable and string username, return response entity dot okay user service dot get user by username. Okay, and let me pass the username, get mapping, and get user by username and username. Okay, you can also pass as a params, but fine. The next is public list of user DTO get all users. Okay, and so it is return response entity dot okay user service dot get all users. Okay, get mapping and get all users. Fine. Now next is let's create an API for change password also. Okay, so public and response entity of type user DTO and change password. Okay, so we'll pass path variable first long id and let's create the change password DTO. Okay, change password DTO. Okay, let me create the change password DTO. So yeah, class change password DTO. Okay, private string current password. Okay, private string new password. Okay, and private string confirm password. Okay, fine. So that is what, and return response entity dot okay user service dot change password and id and change password DTO. Let me import this. Okay, and it is a put mapping. Okay, because we are modifying the object. Okay, so change password. Okay, fine. Now the last two API are public response entity user DTO update user. Okay, at path variable long ID and at request body, at request body user DTO. Okay, return response entity dot okay user service dot update user and ID and user DTO. Okay, put mapping and update user ID, and the last is delete public response entity void delete user at path variable long ID and user service dot delete user, and then return response entity dot okay dot build. Okay, delete mapping, delete user. Okay, fine. So done. Now let's create these methods in the service class user service and implement the functionality one by one. Okay, so first let me auto wire the user repository. Okay, fine. First is get user by ID. Okay, so public user DTO and first is get user by ID. Okay, well, okay, fine. Get user by ID. Okay, fine. So return user repository. No, we need to convert it. Okay, user equals user repository dot find by ID or else throw new runtime exception user not found. Okay, if found then user else or else throw. Okay, now return convert to user DTO and we'll pass the user. See, we are returning the user DTO. Okay, and find by ID gives me the user. Okay, done. So we need to convert it in the DTO and then return it. So let me create this method public. I'm returning the DTO and convert and user. Okay, simple. Getters and setters. User DTO equals new user DTO and user DTO dot set ID user dot get ID. Next, user DTO dot set username user dot get username and user DTO dot set email. Okay, user dot get email. Return user DTO. Okay, oh, user. Fine, that's all. Error gone, right? Okay, so now let's create all the methods and then return this. Okay, because we are getting the user, we need to convert it into the DTO and then return it. Okay, because we are we are returning the DTOs. Okay, get user by username. Fine. Public user DTO, get user by username. Okay, and I'm getting the string username. Fine. User equals user repository dot find by username. I'm passing the username. Okay, or else throw user not found. This is okay. Let me now it is good. Let's create this method in the user repository. Optional of type user. Okay, done. And return convert to DTO. This is the user we have passed. User. Okay, converting and returning the DTO, returning the user DTO. Okay, next is get all users. Okay, stream API. Okay, I know you are thinking that okay, so we are getting the user here, so we can convert it like this, but how to convert, because we want to return the list of user DTOs. Okay, so we are getting the list of user, how to convert those all users into the user DTOs, list of user DTOs, and then send it back using the stream API. Public list of user DTO and get all users. Okay, list of user and list of users equals user repository dot find all. Okay, so return what? List of users dot stream dot, we need to map it. Okay, what? This to convert to DTO method. Okay, then want to return as a list, collectors dot to list. Okay, if we want set, then to set list, so to list. Okay, you can see list. Done. Okay, mapped this to convert to DTO method. Okay, and then we'll collect as a list. Okay, done. Next method is change password. Okay, user DTO find public user DTO change password. I'm getting the long ID and change password DTO. Okay, so first we need to add few checks. Okay, so first let me fetch the user. So user repository dot find by ID. Okay, or else throw new runtime exception. Okay, user not found. Done. Okay, now we need to add the checks. If, let me also declare the password encoder, private password encoder. Okay, auto-wired, copy it. If okay, now suppose user wants to change the password. Okay, so we are asking three things: enter the current password, new password, and confirm password. So first we need to check if the user entered current password matches with the user which is already saved in the database, so with that password. Okay, like current password matches or not. If it is, then we'll change the password. Okay, it is an important check, otherwise anyone can change the password. Okay, so if password encoder dot matches what matches? The user dot get password. Okay, the user already old user, okay, the password, and the current password what user added. Change password dto dot get current password. Okay, if both are not equal, okay, if they are not matched, then throw new runtime exception. Current password is incorrect. Okay, fine. Now let's add another check. That new password should be same as the confirm password. So change password dto dot get new password dot equals change password dto dot get confirm password. Okay, if they are not equal, then again same thing, throw new runtime exception and new password and confirm password does not match. Okay, fine. Else, okay, you can save it. So user dot set password, okay, password encoder dot encode, what encode, change password dto dot get new password. Okay, then user saved user equals, we need to user repository dot save what user object. Okay, because they have modified the password, and then we are returning the DTO. Okay, so convert to user and the saved user. So saved user converted into user DTO and return. Fine. Next, let me do it quickly. So update and delete. Okay, update and delete, update user, public user DTO, update user, okay, long ID and user DTO, done. Okay, so first let me fetch the user. Okay, same thing. Okay, and then user dot set email. Okay, user dot set username. Okay, I'm getting, because I'm getting the email and username only in the DTO. That's what we required. Get username. Okay, and user saved user equals user repository dot save user and return convert saved user. Done. And the final thing is public void delete user. Okay, I'm getting the long ID. So user repository dot delete by ID and ID. Okay, that's all, returning the null. Fine. Now where is the user controller? I'm getting one error returning, oh okay, response entity of type list. Okay, all are gone, done. So basic operation for the user completed. Now the remaining is authentication. Okay, auth controller, admin controller. Okay, in the authentication service, implement the functionality for APIs, and then custom user details, JWT, using the HTTP cookie only. I told you, using the HTTP cookies. Okay, we need to generate the token and store, so that there will be no local storage problem. Okay, less secure. Fine. So let's quickly create the APIs. Okay. So in the auth controller, we are going to create four APIs. Four APIs. Okay. So what all four APIs? The first is register normal user. Second is login plus in the login we are going to implement how to store JWT token in the HTTP only cookie. Okay, I'm going to show you this. So to eliminate the local storage at later stage. Okay, and the third is logout. Okay, because we are dealing with the front end logout. And fourth is get current user or get current logged in user from the authentication object. Okay, so once user is authenticated, we will fetch the username, and using the repository find by username. If it is there, then okay, else revert back to the login. Okay, you are not authenticated, so login. Okay, let's implement it. So first let me auto wire the authentication service class what we have created, authentication service class. Okay, auto wired, and then our first API, public response entity of type user DTO and register normal user. Let's create the DTOs, register login and response DTOs. So first let's create the register request DTO. Okay, what all fields required to register a user? The fields required are private string username, private string email, private string password. Okay, your job is to apply the validation just like we have done here. Should not be blank. Okay, should not be blank, and the password should be between the 8 to 15 characters. Okay, let me do it. Not blank. Okay, not blank at email. Okay, and okay, and the size should minimum 8 to maximum 15. Okay, any other validation you can apply, you are free to do that. Next, let's create the login request. Login request DTO. Okay, and private. So to login, just two things: private username, private string password. Okay, then login response. What all response will get? Login response DTO. Okay, these are the request. Okay, I'm requesting, I'm the user, I'm requesting, please allow me to register, allow me to log in. But what all response will get from the server? Okay, so what we want as a response? The first we want that once the user logged in, he will give me the token, JWT token. Okay, second, we are expecting user DTO. Okay, user DTO. That's why I have included just 2-3 things: ID, username, and email. That's all. Okay, so that's all. Now let's go back to auth controller, and here to register the normal user, what we require is request body register request DTO, register request DTO, and return response entity dot OK authentication service dot register normal user. Let me pass the register request DTO. Okay, and it is the post mapping register normal user. Okay, now login. Okay, so here also let's user DTO. Okay, initially in all the projects, what we are returning? We are returning the login response. Okay, because once user logged in response we want this token and this whatever, so that's why we are returning the login response. But now it's not required, we will fetch it from the cookie. So at request body to login, let's pass the login request DTO. Okay, register request login request. Fine. The very first thing is let's fetch first the response. So authentication service dot login, and I'm passing the okay. So from there, from the service, we are returning the response only. Login response, login response. Okay, we are returning the response only from the service class, from this service class. But here we will fetch the token from this response stored in the cookie and then return the DTOs. Okay, normal DTO only. Fine. So response cookie, okay, cookie equals response cookie dot from JWT and login response DTO dot get JWT token. Okay, getters and setters JWT token. Okay, dot HTTP only true dot secure true dot path okay dot max age. Okay, 1 hour or 24 hour, you can just 160 multiplied by 60. Okay, or you can just it is 1 hour. Okay, 1 hour, or you can just 24 hours. Let's keep 1 hour. Okay, dot same site strict dot build. Okay, fine. So now the JWT token is stored in the secure cookie. Okay, more secure. Now let's return the user DTO plus we need to also set the cookie in the header and the user in the body. So return response entity dot okay and then dot header http header org spring framework dot http dot set cookie, and this cookie dot to string. Okay, then dot body. So in the body login response DTO dot get user DTO. Okay, you can see user DTO. Fine, where is that? Okay, fine. And post mapping login. Fine, just need to implement these methods in the service class. Okay, next is login logout. Public response entity of type string. Okay, just we can pass a string message. Okay, logout and return the authentication service dot logout. Okay, and post mapping logout. Okay, fine. Now the next and very important API is, and the last API in the auth controller, that is get current user. Okay, suppose someone tried to access the dashboard API without logged in. So we need to fetch the current user using the authentication object. Okay, so using the authentication object, user if user logged in, then authentication object give me user's username. Using that username we will fetch the complete user detail. If user not logged in, then authentication give me the null, and we will send that user not authenticated and unauthorized status. That is why this API is required, because definitely user can access the any API without logged in. So we should have to redirect it back to the login page. First login and authenticate yourself. Okay, that is why this API. Public, okay, response entity, okay, and fine, get current user, or get current logged in user. Okay, and authentication, okay, interface, you can just see org.springframework.security.core.authentication. Okay, if authentication equals null, so return response entity dot status, that should be http status dot unauthorized, and in the body we'll just write user not authenticated. Okay, that's okay. Else we want the username, so username equals authentication, okay, dot get name. Okay, so we'll get here username. Okay, fine. Then user equals, okay, so user repository, let me just auto-wire here also. Okay, we don't need to just implement the code in the service, we can just do here. Okay, at auto-wired user repository dot find by username, we already created the method. Okay, dot or else throw, okay, new runtime exception user not found. Okay, that's all, and we are going to return the response entity dot okay convert. Okay, so what method we have created in the other service? This, to convert into DTO, user DTO. Okay, so let's call this method and let's pass this user and return it. Why? Because see, we are returning, we should not return the user. User contains the confidential data, that is password. Okay, so therefore we are returning the user DTO, contains only username, email. Okay, fine. And get mapping, so it should be get current user. Okay, done, fine. First let's implement these methods. Register normal user, let me also create here the same in the admin controller, and it should be the register admin user, admin can also register using the username password, and the method name should be register admin user. Okay, fine. Now, okay, this also, so admin controller. Okay, fine. Where is my authentication service? Private user repository. Okay, auto wired. Okay, the second is private password encoder JWT service authentication. So we'll implement it. Okay, first is returning the user DTO and what is that? Register normal user. Okay, I'm getting the register request DTO. Okay, fine. So first let's check if user repository dot find by username, the username which I'm trying to register dot get username is present or not in the database by this name, is already entry or not. If it is there, then throw new runtime exception, and his username is already present. Okay, or user is already registered. Fine. Else set string new hash set. Okay, set dot add for the normal user should have role underscore user. Okay, not admin, user role. Fine. Then user equals new user, and user dot set username, user dot set email, user dot set password. So our second private password encoder auto wired password encoder dot, oh, one more is remaining, user dot set roles. Okay, then user saved user equals user repository dot save. Okay, and before it return convert to user DTO, pass the saved user. Okay, convert to DTO we already created in the, okay, because we want to return the DTO. Okay, here set username dot get username dot get email, password dot encode dot get password. Okay, done. Register normal user, role user. Okay, now before see, so it will create a entry, a row in the user table. Before it, he'll call this pre-persist on create. When a new row created, local created at now time, local date time now, and updated it. When something is updated, some username, email, or password, then on update, pre-update. Okay, fine. That's why I have just used this persistent pre-update. Okay, where is that? Fine. Similarly, register normal user, register admin user, register admin user. Okay, just set dot add admin should have admin role also. Both the roles, admin and user. Okay, now login. Okay, public. Okay, login response DTO login. I'm getting the login request DTO. Okay. Okay. So login response DTO, we are returning the response only. Okay. You can see we are returning the response, and there in the response contains the token. So we are storing the in that cookie. Okay. Token and DTOs. Okay. Same thing. Let me fetch the user repository dot find by username, and what username, try to log in this username, or else throw new runtime exception user not found. Okay, now authentication. Okay, third one, private authentication manager. Okay, authentication manager dot authenticate new username password authentication token login request DTO dot get username. Okay, and login request DTO dot get password. Okay, fine. Now let's generate the token. How to generate? JWT service dot generate token. Okay, we'll pass the user here. So we are going to create the JWT service class in few minutes. Okay. Now what else remaining? Nothing else. Return login response DTO dot builder, not builder. Okay. Okay. Builder. Now, yeah, builder dot what the properties are. The first property is token and then user DTO. The first property is JWT token. Okay, we'll get here, and then user DTO. Okay, so I'm getting the user here using this convert to DTO. I'll pass the user and get the user DTO. Okay, dot build. Yeah, that's all. Okay, so where is my authentication service? Logout. Public string logout. Okay, cookies. Fine. So let's create the expired cookie. Create a expired cookie. Response cookie equals response cookie dot from JWT and blank empty. Okay, dot HTTP only true, secure true, fine, and path. Okay, max age 0, same site is strict, and build. Okay, and then return response entity dot okay dot header. So HTTP header, HTTP headers. Okay, dot set cookie dot to string, and body should be the string. Logged out successfully. Okay, and why error? Oh, okay. Response entity type string. Done. Where is the auth controller? All error gone. Admin controller error gone. So done. Fine. Okay. Now let me quickly go to the user and implements user details. Okay. Fine. Why? You know very well. To wrap up this string roles in the simple granted authority. Return roles. Okay. Roles dot, one second, roles dot stream dot map simple granted authority. Okay, new simple granted authority role user, new simple granted authority role admin dot collect collectors dot to list. Okay, done. Because Spring can't understand these string roles. That's why wrap up in the granted authority. Okay, done. Now let me create the custom user service. Class custom user detail service. Okay, service implements user details. Implements user details service. Okay, where is the user details? You go. Fine. Let me. Okay. Here, load by username. Okay. Fine. So return user repository. Private user repository auto wired user repository dot find by username or else throw new runtime exception user not found. Okay, fine. Just we need to create the JWT part. Okay, you can see JWT service and auth filter. Okay, so let me quickly create it. Class dot JWT authentication filter and JWT service. This is interesting. Okay, service. Okay, fine. Once per request filter already done. Okay, in the past projects already done. Okay, fine. Okay, let's start. Okay, so at first let me auto wire the JWT service and and user repository. Okay, fine. Now let's not declare the username, instead user ID null and string JWT token equals null. Okay, in our past project video we have declared the username, but no. Fine. Now let's fetch the header. Auth header equals request dot get header and authorization. Now let's check it. If auth header not equals null, okay, and auth header dot starts with bearer space, okay, if auth header is not null and it starts with bearer space, then token. So that means JWT token equals auth header type string dot substring is a method and from 7. Okay, so 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 and then JWT token is stored in this JWT token variable. Fine. If JWT token equal null, that means we need to, if JWT token is null, then need to check or fetch the token from the cookie. Why? Because where is my auth controller? Okay, here when user logged in, so we got the login response DTO. Login response DTO contains token and user DTO, mainly token. Okay, we got the token. Fine. Now we have stored the token in the cookie by this name, JWT. Okay, any name you can give by this name. If JWT token is coming as null, then we need to fetch from the cookie. Okay, how to fetch? So cookie, okay, cookies equal request dot get cookies. Okay, so we are storing in form of array. Okay, now we need to find that cookie whose name equals JWT, what we have given here, JWT. Okay, once we find that cookie, that means that cookie contains the token, JWT token, and we will store it into the here. If this coming as null, if not, then okay, already stored. Got it? Okay, fine. So if cookies dot not equals null, then for cookies, and if cookie, or I can say JWT dot equals cookie dot get name. Okay, then JWT token equals cookie dot get values token and break. Okay, done. Now if no token found, okay, if still no token found, then continue the filter change. Okay, then we will continue the filter change. So if JWT token equals null still, then filter chain. Okay, so filter chain dot do filter and return. Okay, done. Then let's proceed. Now we need to extract the user ID from JWT token. So user ID, what we have declared here. Okay, initially we used to declare the username, okay, in our past project videos. Now user ID, I'll show you the complete backend flow. Okay, wait. JWT service dot extract user ID. Okay, using the JWT token. Fine, and we are going to create this method in the JWT service. Okay, fine. Now the important thing, if user ID not equals null and security context holder,
dot get context dot get authentication equals null. That means there is no authentication yet. Then here is the actual thing. Fetch user details. Okay. Where user details equals user repository dot find by id. Find by id. Okay. Dot or else throw new runtime exception user not found. Let me explain you. Okay, fine. Let me give you the field. Okay, let's replicate the issue. Okay, let's see the problem flow. Interesting, right? Okay. Suppose let's not use the user ID. This is the solution. Okay, username. Okay, what we are using in our all past project videos. Done. Username here. Let's username. Extract the username from the JWT token. Find by username, and here also username. Okay, this is what we have implemented our authentication filter code in our past project videos. Okay. Now let's take an example of lead code, GitHub, Bitbucket, or any real world example. You want to log in. Good, very good. We have the login API. Okay. Login. At the time of login, JWT token is generated. Okay, which contains the username. Okay, suppose this is my user and user logged in. The username is John123 and password is John123. Okay, just remember using this username and password user logged in. Okay, and JWT token contains this username. Okay, good. Logged in, token created, very good. Now one day user wants to change the username. Okay, suppose when you go to the lead code and you just go on your profile, so there is an option change username. Okay, so this is your suppose user management application or lead code or whatever. This is you user. You go to your profile section. This is your home, this is profile, this is settings. Click on the profile section. Here is the username, email. Okay, and here is the edit button. You clicked on the edit, change the username and click on the save. Username changed, also updated in the database. Okay, so initially username was John123 and now it was John246. Okay, fine. Done. Now user logged out. Okay. Again user logged in. Tries to log in. Control comes here. Come here. Okay. Got the JWT token which contains username John123. Okay. Are you getting? Okay, fine. Okay, here we are fetching the username from the token. From the token contains one John123. Okay, done. Come inside and here find by username in the user repository. User repository means in the database. Find by username. Which username? This username 123 John123, but in the database it got changed to John246. From here it will throw user not found. Yeah, in the database it changed, but in the token it contains the old username. Okay, so the solution is 2. The first solution is why using the username here. Username is not constant. It's not a primary key. Let's use the user ID. How many times you change the username, email, password, or any other? User ID is fixed. Okay, so fetch the user by user ID and add the user ID in the claims while generating the JWT token. Okay, so token contains the user ID which is fixed. If the user created user ID 1, username is John126. How many times you change the username? The user ID is primary key 1. Okay, second is, this is the first, okay, and better approach in this example. Second is refresh the token. Refresh the token. Okay, so we need to create the entity refresh token, and then here we need to just pass three things. Where? Here in the login response. I don't know where they've gone. Login response here. Refresh token, JWT token along with it. Okay, so this is what I find the better approach. This is what the problem, and we'll replicate it. Okay, you just see why I can't able to log in. I just change the username. Using the changed username, I'm trying to log in. Password is correct. Why? It will give me the in the console. User not found. User not found. Put the debug point. It will stops here. I am getting the username from the token which contains old username, but I am trying to find this old username in the repository, in the database. In the database it changed. Getting? Okay. So that's why user ID, user ID, user ID. Okay, got it? I hope you got it. Fine. Nothing else. Everything is same. Only we need to add the claims in the JWT service. Okay, so we'll add it in coming few minutes. First, let me complete the filter code. Okay, so now validate token. Okay, if JWT service dot is token valid. Okay, and now everything is done already. The same thing just like previous video we have done, previous project videos. Okay, if is token valid, then we need to first convert the roles. Simple granted authority. Okay, authority is equals user details dot get roles dot stream. Okay, dot map simple granted authority. Okay, new dot collectors dot to list. Okay, username, password, authentication token. Okay, auth token equals new username, password, authentication token. Okay, here is the user details. Okay, then null and then authorities. Okay, fine. Next, auth token. Okay, dot set details new web authentication detail source. Okay, dot build details and request. Okay, done. Now let's update the security context holder dot get context dot set authentication auth token. Okay, authentication got set. Okay, initially we have fetched. If it is null, then okay, fine, and then filter chain dot do filter. Okay, yeah, that's all. Okay, now let's create the quickly methods and extract user ID is token valid? Okay, generate token in the JWT service. Okay, fine. So first private string secret key and private long JWT expiration. Okay, so we'll fetch these values from the application dot properties or dot yml. Okay, using the at value, or you can also generate using the random. Okay, so we'll do it when we'll set up our application properties. Okay, fine. Now our first method, that is public long extract user id, extract user id token. Okay, extract user id and string jwt token. Okay, done. So how to extract string user id equals extract claim. I'll pass the jwt token. Okay, and claims, let's use the lambda claims dot get user id. Okay, and string dot class. Done. We'll create this method. Okay, now you can see string. Okay, so we need to convert it. So return user id string. So string, okay, not equals null. If it is true, then long dot parse long, else null. Okay, if user id is in a string format is not null, then long dot parse long. Okay, because we need to return as a long, else null. Okay, now let's create one by one method. Extract claim. So first let me add the comments. Okay, extract the user id method to extract the user id. Okay, fine. So let me also create the method to extract the username also. Okay, for the backend compatibility. Fine, we'll just create it. Okay, public string extract username using the jwt token. Okay, how to extract? We've already did it. Extract claim. Okay, jwt token and claims get subject. Okay, subject claims. Oh, okay. So we need to add the JWT dependencies also. Okay, no worries. Let me go to my browser. So go to the JSON web token MVN. Okay, okay. Mm, fine. Here are the three dependency. Click here. Current version is 12.6. Okay, copy it and pom.xml, just paste it here. Again, back. Next is API current version. Next, the third is Jackson. Okay, 12.6. Fine, come here again. Okay, I don't want these comments, and save it, format it. Okay, fine. Now claims. Okay, done. Fine. Now the next method is private t, let's keep the generic, extract claim. Okay, and the first is jwt token. The second is function. Okay, claims and T claim resolver. Fine. Final. I've already explained in our past project video. Okay, so you can just go through it to just like what's happening here. Fine. Okay. Claims equals extract all claims. Okay, fine. So let me pass the JWT token here and return claim resolver dot apply claims. Okay, fine. Now let me create this method. Private claims extract all claims. I am just getting the JWT token and here return JWTs dot parser dot verify with okay get sign in key. So we'll just create this method also dot build dot parse signed claims. Okay, and we'll pass the token here dot get payload. Okay, dot get payload. Fine. Payload claims. Okay, let me create this method. Okay, public secret key. Okay, and get sign in key. Okay, return keys dot hmac. Okay, and the secret key dot get bytes. Done. Okay, now next let's create the generate token public string generate token. Okay, so you can see auth controller generate token and user. Okay, so user, you can also just here user details. Okay, and then you can just fetch the user ID from the user details. Okay, using the instance of okay and casting it. Then return generate token new hash map. Okay, and user. Fine, let me create this method public string generate token map. Okay, string object and user. Done. Fine. Now we need to add the user ID. So extra claims. Okay, fine. We need to add the user ID in the claims. Okay, so map. Okay, string object claims equal new hash map and this extra claims. Okay, fine. Then claims dot put. Okay, here is the user ID. Okay, and here user dot get ID dot to string. Okay, added. Done. Now return JWTs dot builder. Okay, dot claims. Okay, so here claims. Okay, dot subject. So subject is user user dot get username. Okay, then dot issue date, new date, system dot, okay, dot expiration, new date, okay, then system dot plus this expiration, JWT expiration. Okay, fine. Then dot sign with, get sign in key dot compact. Okay, let me import the date. First let me save it. Okay, done. Okay, now let's create the another method, that is this is created is token valid. Okay, so public boolean is token valid, string is string jwt token and user. Okay, fine. You can also use the user details here, this. Okay, and then you can just get the user ID from the user detail by casting it. Okay, instance of, and then you'll cast it. I already told you. Fine. So now how to check is token valid or not? Let's fetch the user ID from the token, user ID from the user repository and match it. Final user ID token from token. We have the method extract user ID from the token. Extract user ID from the token. Got it. Final long user ID from the details equals user dot get ID. Okay. Return token user ID from token. Okay, not equals null, and user ID from token dot equals user ID details. Okay, done. Plus this is one check. Second is token expired. Let me pass the JWT token not, if the token is not expired. Okay, now our next method is this only. Private boolean is token expired. Okay, a string JWT token. Okay, so return extract expiration JWT token. Okay, we need to extract the expiration and before new date. Okay, now let me private date extract expiration a string JWT token, and how to extract it? Simple, just like we've extracted that username. Okay, so here in place of get subject, that's for username, get subject is a method, get expiration. Okay, it is in the claims. Fine, claims, you can see, just go here, see, get expiration date, get subject string, get issuer this. So these are the methods in the claims. Okay, that's why we are using the methods claims.
Okay, fine. So this is what we have done our JWT part. Something is your that is your homework, that use here user detail. Okay, now you can see here should be user details and user dot get. There is no get ID. Okay, get username, get password. So we need to typecast it. Okay, get instance and typecast code Java. That is your homework. Okay, if not, comment me and I'll share you the simple 2 to 3 line code. Okay, not big issue. Done. Now only one thing remaining, two things, that is the security part. So let me quickly create security config. Okay, fine. Configuration and enable web security, enable method security. Okay, done. Let's start and let's finish it quickly. Okay, there is very simple things. Okay, so first let me auto wire the JWT authentication filter. Okay, auto wired, done. Now public security filter chain. Okay, filter chain and HTTP security HTTP. Okay, it throws an exception. Done. Okay, fine. So HTTP dot CSRF. Okay, CSRF dot disable. Then dot frame options. Okay, so if you are using the H2 database, if you are not using the MySQL SQL server or what, H2 database, okay, you will use to go to the our web browser localhost 8080 and H2 console. Okay, then for that, okay, otherwise it will not run because we are using the security. So H2 console will not run until and unless we'll add the headers frame option, and for the request matcher we will permit it. Okay, so we need to add everything dot headers. Okay, so headers dot frame options. Okay, and frame options frame options dot disable. Okay, then cross origin, we are going to create the React app and it is running on the different port. Okay, so when we click in the front end in the React sign up login, so he should that control should contact to our 8080. This is Java project, so we need to add the cross origin. Okay, for that cors, okay, cors dot configuration source. Okay, and we'll just create the method. So cross configuration source. Okay, we'll create this method, don't worry. Okay, then authorize HTTP request. So auth dot request matchers. The first is auth. Okay, you can see here auth controller, auth permit all. Okay, dot permit all dot request matchers h2 console. Fine, so that you are free to use any database. Okay, so dot permit all. Okay, request matchers and admin dot has role admin dot any request dot authenticated. Okay, and oh, this is already there. Okay, fine. Dot session management. So session dot session creation policy dot stateless. Okay, then dot authentication provider. So authentication provider. Okay, we'll create the method also for this, and then we'll add the filter. So add filter before. Okay, so the first is JWT authentication filter, second is username password authentication filter dot class. Okay, and then return http dot build. Okay, done. So let's create this method. And password encoder. Okay, and let's just add the bean annotation. Okay, we need to create the bean of that. Fine. Okay, let just few minutes more. Okay, so public user detail service. Okay, return new custom user detail service. Okay, done. Next, public authentication provider and this method. Okay, DAO authentication provider equals new DAO authentication provider. Okay, now provider dot set user detail service. So this is okay. Then provider dot set password encoder. Okay, so password encoder method will create and then return the provider. Okay, next authentication provider. Okay, next let's create the password encoder. Okay, user detail service. Fine. Return new bcrypt password encoder. Okay, fine. Next, public authentication manager. Okay, and authentication configuration. Okay, configuration throws exception. Okay, so return configuration dot get authentication manager. Okay, and the last method is cross origin, this one. Okay, cross origin configuration source. Okay, and let me copy this. Okay, fine. So let's first initialize the configuration. Okay, then let's allow the origin the HTTP methods so that our front-end control can contact to the our backend APIs. Okay, so the configuration dot set allowed origins. Okay, arrays dot as list and then HTTP localhost local host 3000. Okay, so you can write any like HTTP. Fine. So our by default port for React is 5173. 5173. Okay, done. Then configuration dot set allowed methods. Okay, so arrays dot as list and get post put delete. Okay, and you can just write options. Fine. Okay, then configuration dot set allowed headers. Okay, so arrays dot as list. Okay, then configuration dot set allow credentials, which is set to true. Okay, fine. Now URL based configuration source equals and source dot register, which is for all APIs and the configuration. Okay, then return source. Done. At bean bean okay, done. Yeah, now only one thing remaining, that is application dot properties. Let me delete it and let me recreate the application dot yml. Okay, fine. So let's configure our database. Fine, let's start Spring and two space notation data source colon URL. What is the URL? JDBC and MySQL localhost 8080, not 8080, 3306 and MySQL. Okay, database. So let's create it right now. Create database user management. Okay, created. Fine. So user management. Let me copy paste. Okay, then username, which is root, password, which is okay, and driver class name, okay, which is com dot mysql dot cj dot jdbc dot driver. Okay, then jpa, then database platform. So dialect, open any Java file, Control Shift T. MySQL, the version is 8, so MySQL 8 dialect, open it, right click, copy qualified name and paste it here. Done. Okay, then hibernate, okay, and DDL auto update and then show SQL, which is true. Okay, and JWT secret and expiration to inject values JWT service here, secret key and JWT expiration. Fine. How? JWT dot secret. Okay, so how? Add value. Okay,
jwt dot secret. Similarly, jwt dot expiration. Okay, so whatever value you will give here, okay, got injected here in these variables. Fine. So you need to remember that the secret key should be 32 characters long and a combination of uppercase, lowercase, special characters, okay, and numbers. Fine. So your secret key should be the combination of these patterns. Okay, you can generate for the development purpose, you can just hard code it. So first for the development, let me hard code it. Okay, so you can see combination of uppercase, lowercase, numbers, and special characters. Okay, and 32 characters long. Fine. And the expiration 360000. How? 1 hour. Okay, let me keep it as 1 hour. So 1 multiplied by 60 multiplied by 60 multiplied by 1000 equals 36000. Okay, fine. Okay, so now let me run my application. Okay, first let me check everything is correct. Okay, jwt admin. Okay, yeah, let's run our application. Run as Java application. Okay, it's running. It's running on the port 8080. Okay. So you can see two tables created, users and user underscore roles. Okay, because we have added that what this element collection. So created a table user underscore roles. Fine. Okay, so now let me go to my database and use user management. Okay, and then select, not select, show tables. Okay, you can see users and user underscore roles. Now DESC users, so these are the fields. Okay, and describe user underscore roles. Okay, so user ID and roles fields in the user underscore roles, and select a star from users, so empty set, so as user roles. Fine. Okay, so our backend code is done. Okay, backend part is completed. Yeah, so the Java part is done. Now let's start building our React application. Okay, so for that you need the Node.js and the version should be 14 plus or 16 plus, and npm version should be 7 or 8 plus. Okay, so for that just go to your browser and type nodejs.org. Okay, yeah, from here you can download the Node.js LTS version. Once downloaded, install it and come to your folder where you want to create the React applications. Okay, here just open the command prompt. You can also check the node version. Okay, see here for me it's 22.4.0 and npm version, so it is 10.8.1. Okay, fine. Now let's start creating our React app, and then we need to add the dependencies. So we are going to create the app, React app, using Vite, V-I-T-E. Okay, so npm create Vite at latest. Okay, fine. It is asking me the project name. So user management, then asking me the framework. So it is React. Okay, then variant. So let's use the JavaScript. Okay, so you can just use the that arrow keys, up and down arrow keys to just move up and down. Okay, so JavaScript done. You can see project created. Fine. Let me open my VS Code, Visual Studio Code, and open this project. Okay, so Visual Studio Code. Fine. Okay, and let me drag and drop here. Okay, so you can see, let me open the package.json, and you can see the dependencies and dev dependencies. So for now, currently it is React and React DOM. We need to add few more dependencies. Okay, fine. So first you need to just go inside the project user uh, management. Fine. Yeah. Now here npm install, you can see there is no any folder by the name node modules. Okay, so first npm install save dev and wheat. Okay, installing, and meanwhile you just here. Okay, just look at here, you can see. Okay, fine, so it's still installing. Okay, added 150 packages and audited 151 packages in 23 seconds. Fine. You can see the node modules folder created. Okay, done. Now npm install save dev at vjs plugin react. Okay, fine. Okay, done. So it's up to date, audited 151 packages. Fine. Okay, npm install and react DOM, which is already there, but fine, up to date. Okay, and then npm install Axios. Okay, so you can just see we have two dependencies, React and React DOM. Okay, now installing the Axios. Okay, you can see it's added here. Fine. Then router. Okay, so npm install react DOM and react. Okay, so yeah, react router DOM. Fine, this version. And yeah, that's all. Yeah, that's all. Okay, fine. So this is our complete project. How to run it? Go to your terminal. You can also just run from here, or terminal, new terminal, and npm run dev. Okay, npm run dev. Just enter it, and you can see http localhost 5173 is a port. Okay, by default. Let me go to my browser and localhost 5173. Okay, see here. You can see this is our user management project. Now you might be thinking that from where these are coming, like Vite plus React and this counter. Okay, and these are images. So when you create the project, so by default there is in the app.jsx there is a default coding. Okay, just okay, gone. Okay, again came. It's live server. Fine. Okay, so like we don't need this. Okay, we don't need this from scratch. Okay, fine. Now we are building our that user management application. So what we need is, we need first navbar, we need the login, we need sign up, we need dashboard, we need the protected root. Okay, for this, so that if someone try to log in here, if someone try to access the dashboard, first in this we'll check it is authenticated or not. If not, then go back to the login page. Okay, and the CSS part. Okay, so we can also use the Tailwind CSS, but for now this is our first project, so let's keep it the simple one. Okay, normal CSS. And yeah, that's all. Okay, so let me quickly create the structure. So in the src, let's create the folder in the, that is components. Okay, another folder that is pages, another folder styles. Okay, that's all. So in the component, our first file is navbar.jsx, and yeah, one more folder that is services. Okay, we need to create all our backend services in that. What services? These services. These. Okay, when someone clicks on the login button or any button, so the control should hit here in the backend. So that is why we need to create the services. Okay, fine. So in the component, first is navbar.jsx and new file protected dot protected route.jsx. Okay, fine. In the pages, dashboard dot jsx and login.jsx and signup.jsx and main page. Yeah, one more thing, main page. Okay, dot jsx. Okay, fine. The service auth service auth services dot js styles. Okay, dashboard dot css and new file login dot css. Okay, signup.css. Okay, new file main page dot css and navbar dot css. Okay, app.jsx, app.css. Okay, we don't need this too. Everything should be from scratch. Okay, done. So components, pages, services, styles. Let's start with the services. Let me zoom it a little bit. Okay. Now it's good. Okay. Now, or let me zoom it. No. Yeah, it is good. Okay, fine. So let's let's write the services, all our backend services. I told you, suppose there is a button, login button. A user clicks on the login button. Okay, so here in the services, we need to write all our methods, what we defined in the backend. Okay, these methods. There's a register normal user, login. Okay, get all users. So all these methods here in the auth service. From here, control is going to hit to the backend and we will get the response. Okay, and then proceed further. Plus, going to create the response interceptor. If from the backend we are getting the response, then okay, pass the response as it is. If we are getting the error, then we need to handle the error. So global error handling. Okay, suppose we are getting 401 unauthorized, 403 forbidden, 404, 500. Okay, or none of them, then also we'll handle it. Yeah, so interceptor. Okay, and then services. Okay, fine. So first let's define the base URL. Base URL. Okay, so it should be HTTP local host 8080. Okay, done. See here. So what is the base URL of our this project? Localhost 8080 and then the URL pattern, whatever. For example, localhost 8080 users and these get users by ID and ID. In this case, localhost 8080 auth and this, then this auth and the login or register normal user. Okay, suppose if we'll write here API in all the URLs, in all the controller, API and admin controller API. Okay, see here in all the controller, first API users, API auth, API admin. So the base URL should be localhost 8080 and API. Okay, and then whatever you want to call, which method, login or whatever. Okay, so just you can do it these variations. Okay, fine. Okay, done. Then okay, so let me write the comments also. Set your backend base URL. Okay, fine. Now create Axios instance. Okay, we need to pass this base URL. Okay, and then we'll call it the HTTP methods on the top of that. Post, get, put, whatever. So API equals AXIOS. We need to import it. Import AXIOS from, we have already added the dependencies. Okay. Dot create and okay. So first is base URL, which is this base URL. Then headers. Okay. Content type application JSON. Okay, and then the most important, that is with credential, should be true. Why? It is important for handling the cookies cross origin. Okay, so important for handling cookies cross origin. Okay, fine.
Okay, fine. Now let's create the response interceptor. Fine. Response interceptor for global error handling. Okay, I already told you that whatever response, if we are getting the response, then we will pass as it is, unchanged. If we are getting some error, okay, 401, 403, 404, resource not found, 500, internal server error, or else error, then we will handle it. Okay, global handler, global error handler. Okay, so this interceptor is working as a middleware. Fine. So response, okay, interceptor for global error handling. Okay, so how to create it? API dot interceptors dot response dot use. Okay, fine. Response. Okay, and if error, then let me write the comment, global error handling. Okay, how? If error dot response, let's use the switch case. So because we are going to handle based on the status code. Okay, 401, 403. Yeah, that's why. So error dot response dot status. Okay, now the first is case 401. Okay, it is unauthorized. Fine. In this case, let's redirect user to login or logout. Okay, so fine. So how to log out? Auth service dot logout. Okay, we are going to create logout method in coming few minutes. Fine. And then window dot location dot href equals login. Okay, redirect to the login and break. Okay, then case 403, which is forbidden. Okay, so in this case, let's just print in the console.error that access forbidden. Okay, access forbidden. Fine, and break. Okay, then case 404, so it is resource not found. Okay, in that console.error error. Okay, and resource not found. Okay, and break. Case 500. Okay, so server error. Okay, console.error and internal server error and break. Okay, fine. What's the if? Okay, and else if error dot request. In that case, request made but no response received. Okay, no response received. In that case, console.error. Okay, and no response received. Okay, and error dot request. Okay, fine. Else something happened. Okay, in setting up the request. Something happened in setting up the request. Okay, so console dot error and error in setting up request. Okay, error dot message. Fine. Okay, and then return promise dot reject error. Okay, fine. So that's the interceptor we have created, response interceptor for global error handling. Okay, so that's all. Now the most important thing, that is, let's create the services. Okay, backend services. Register normal user, login, logout, is authenticated, get current user, fetch current user. Okay, and you can see how we should not use local storage for storing the token. Okay, for others we can use the local storage, but this, why? Because it is a confidential information. Okay, so you can see that, as you already seen the backend part, that we are not using. Okay, that we are using the cookies. Okay, where is the so you can see cookies. Okay, fine. Okay, so let's create it. Fine. So first let's create the sign up method. Okay, sign up method. We are going to create all the methods here. Okay, you can see we are calling this logout, so we need to create it also. Let's create one by one. Const auth service equals. Okay, so first sign up method. Let's create it. Okay, so sign up async, and what are the properties to register a user? 3 properties: username, okay, email, okay, and password. Yeah, using these 3, user can register himself or herself. Okay, and let's use the try catch block. Fine. Now let's collect the response, await, and let's call the API. Okay, using the API, let's call the backend API. API dot which HTTP method? It should be post as sign up. Okay, so API dot post and the URL pattern. Okay, fine. So what are the URL patterns? What is that? Register normal user. Okay, auth register normal user. Okay, so auth and register normal user. Okay, fine. And then an object. So username, email, and password. What is this? What is this? This is, see here, request body. What we are passing. Register request DTO. Username, email, password. Okay, register request DTO. And this is the URL pattern. Okay, let me format it. So you come down, and you come, and then return response dot data. Okay, then catch error console dot error sign up failed error. Okay, and throw error. Done. You can see we haven't stored anything. Okay, just wait for the login method. So this is the sign up method completed, comma. Okay, login method. Fine, let's start the login method. Okay, now you can pause the video and do it yourself. Everything is same, just username and password for the login, and you can call the current user also. And yeah, that's all. Catch is catch. Okay, there is a catch. Fine. So login is sync. Okay, what are the properties? Username, password, username. Okay, and okay, try const response equals, oh wait, okay, API dot post. Okay, for the login, also post mapping. What is the what is the URL pattern? I guess auth and okay, login. So auth login. Okay, so no, it should not be API here. HTTP localhost 8080 auth register normal user auth login. Okay, I hope you got it. Fine. And what is the login request DTO, which contain username and password? Okay, so username and password. Let me format it also. Fine. Okay, now fetch current user. Fetch current user, const user equals auth service dot fetch current user. Okay, yeah, that's all. And then see, we are going to create this method also. Okay, don't worry. Return, so response dot data and user. Okay, that's all. So try catch is same, error, and console dot error. Here in this case login failed, error, and throw error. Okay, now you might be thinking that, oh, 1 second. Yeah, so you might be thinking that why I'm fetching the current user here. Okay, one more thing. The first thing is, you can see once the user logged in. Okay, once the user logged in, we are generating the token. Okay, but here we are not storing it in the local storage. Okay, because we have already stored here. This is the login, and you can see we are generating the token. Okay, already stored. See, this is returning the response, and then this is the login. Response got here and stored in the cookie by this name JWT. Okay, so no need to store in the local storage, which is less secure. Okay, fine. Now, once the token is stored in the cookie, okay, that means successful login. After successful login, let's fetch the current logged in user. That means let's fetch the user DTO, not the user, because user contains confidential information, that is password. Okay, that's why user DTO. If you remember how to fetch, if you remember, we have already, there is one API we have created, that is, yeah, this is the API get current user. Okay, so if user is logged in, then we are returning the user DTO. If not, then HTTP status unauthorized, that is 401. Okay, yeah, so once successful login, let's fetch the current user. That means let's fetch the user DTO because we only need the username, okay, or email, and store it into the local storage. Okay, we can store it. Okay, there is no any confidential information inside the DTO, and for the quick access and for the future authentication purpose. Fine. Okay, so let me quickly create this method next. Okay, so let me fetch current user. Okay, and there is nothing. Try response equal API dot get. Okay, what is that? Get current user auth. Okay, auth get current user, and that's all. Okay, because the method is not requesting anything. It is not requesting anything. Okay, fine. So then let's store user DTO in local storage. Okay, for quick access. For quick access. Okay, so local storage dot set item user and JSON dot stringify response dot data. Done. And then return response dot data. Okay, catch error console dot error fetching user data error. Okay, and yeah, one more thing, if user is not authenticated, then if unauthorized, okay, then log out. So if error dot response, okay, and error dot response dot status is 401, then auth service dot logout. Okay, we are going to create this logout method. Return null. Fine. So why 401? Because you can see here, if authentication is null, not authenticated, then we are returning the status as unauthorized. The status code is 401. Okay, done. Now this is for fetch current user. Okay, now let's get the current user from the local storage. Okay, for that also let's create the method. Fine. So get current user from local storage. Okay, fine. So get current user. Okay, just wanna get the current user, okay, from the local storage. So const user equals local storage dot get item, and the key is user. Okay, and then try return user. Okay, json dot parse user. Okay, else null. json dot parse user else null. Catch error console dot error parsing user data error and return null. Okay, fine. Now let's create the logout method. So logout method. Oh, okay. Logout. Okay. Try await API dot post, and where is the logout method? Yeah, here. So auth and logout. Auth logout. Okay, that's all. And so first call the backend API. Then clear any local storage or state. Okay, clear any local storage or state. So local storage dot remove item, and there is a local storage, that is user. Okay, we are setting the user. Okay, yeah, that's all. And we are calling the this logout. That means you can see, yeah. So we are creating a expired cookie. Body logged out successfully. Okay, yeah, that's all. And then catch error console dot error logout failed. Okay, catch. Fine. And then the last API we'll create for now, last API is authenticated. So is authenticated. So fine. Try and first verify authentication by fetching current user. Okay, fetching current user. How? Const user equals await, and how to fetch? Auth service dot fetch current user, the method we have created here. Fetch current user. If the user is not logged in, then we'll get some error, or null. So authentication failed. Okay, and if we got, then return user. Okay, yeah, that's correct. Error. Okay, and return false. Okay, boolean, remember this. Okay, now 2 to 3 methods also remaining, that is change password, and so change password, update profile, some admin method. Okay, 2 to 3 methods. So we'll create later on, we'll just go on coding, and then we'll code the admin part, we'll just create it. Okay, for now let's complete the user part, that is the maximum part. Okay, There's only one change in the admin part. We need to add the users tab. Okay, so that admin can only able to add the another admin, or he can delete the other users. Okay, admin has the power. Fine. For now is authenticated, log out, get current user, fetch current user, login, sign up, normal user, sign up normal user, sign up normal user. Yeah, fine. So sign up admin user also we need to create it. Fine. Okay. So for now, let's first complete everything. The next thing is app.jsx. Fine. Now just see here index.html. Okay, this is the index.html file. In the body, there is one div element. Okay, with ID root and one script tag with source as main.jsx. Okay, so main.jsx. In the main.jsx, we are rendering app. Okay, app. So whatever we'll write here is going to display in the index.html. Fine, like in which order? Okay, so let's code the app.jsx. Fine. Function app return. Okay. Now first let's create the router. Okay, you can see import router from React router DOM. Okay, we have already imported the dependencies. React router DOM. That's why you need to install everything before working on the project. Okay, fine. So, okay. Then let's create a div element. Okay, class name equals app. Class name. See, this is the project video. Okay, this is the project. Okay, not the React video or React tutorial. Okay, if you want me to publish a React series, just comment me in the comment box, and you're going to love it because I am going to include the lab activity also in the React tutorial. Okay, because this is my area. Fine, you're going to love it. Plus everything in real world, lot of projects and everything. Okay, okay, fine. Now let's first add the navbar. Navbar, okay, navbar component. This is the component. Okay, you can see navbar. Okay, so in the navbar we are going to code our navbar. Okay, so suppose this is our user management application. Here is the title. Okay, so h1 title. Here is the login button and sign up button. So we are going to code this HTML in this navbar.jsx and it will display here. Okay, fine. We need to import it also. Import navbar from where it is components / navbar. Okay, then let's create the roots. Okay, see, added in the same React router DOM. Okay, fine. Roots. Then our first root path equals, okay, and element equals main. Where is that? Main page. Main page. And fine. Let me import this also. Import main page from, where is that? It is in the pages. Pages. See in the pages, main page. Okay, fine. So whenever we will hit the local host, because see the path is this. Okay, so our this React app is by default running on the 5173 port. So whenever we hit localhost 5173, okay, then we will redirect it to the main page. Okay, similarly, let's create the All roots means login, sign up, or whatever you need. Okay, for now we'll just create the important one. So the next is root path equals login. Okay, so localhost 5173 slash login. In that case, element equals login. Okay, login. Fine. Similarly, let me copy paste. Okay, sign up and the dashboard is important. Okay, just see sign up, sign up. Okay, let me import the pages dot login and pages dot sign up. Okay, fine. Now the dashboard. Okay, just see here root. Okay, fine. Path should be dashboard. Okay, fine. So it is, suppose someone try to, there is some user, anonymous user, okay, without logging in, try to access the dashboard by localhost. For example, this is some website, Amazon website. So amazon.com/dashboard. Okay, and this API needs the user logging in. Okay, once the user logged in, then only he can be able to access the dashboard. Before it not. Suppose an anonymous user without logging in try to access this API, then it is not authenticated yet, not logged in, but still try to access this. Then what is the general case? He should redirect to the login page. Okay, so we need to take care for this. That's why root path dashboard element, okay, and protected root inside it dashboard. Okay, inside it dashboard, and then closed it. Protected root. This is the component. That is why we have created this protected root component. In this, we are going to just authenticate. Is authenticated the method we have created? If yes, then proceed forward. If not, then we will navigate from here to direct login page. Yeah, that is why. Okay, we'll try it without just directly access that. Where is that? app.jsx. Just removing it. Okay, and try without logging in, directly access the dashboard API. You'll see. Okay, you'll see. That is why we need to take care for this. Okay, this is just one thing, a dashboard. There can be many things. In future, you're going to create the big project. We're going to create the big project. Okay, the next is a gateway or OTT. In that case, we'll just see it. Okay, this is for the foundation. Found. Okay, then that's all. Yeah, let's close the root. Okay, and fine. Okay, so we need to just add this also, protected root. It is in the components, protected root, and dashboard. Okay, fine. One second. Import main page, login, sign up, protected, and dashboard. Okay, fine. And one more thing, export default app. Okay, now let's add the CSS. Okay, there is not much CSS, so first let's add the margin as 0 and padding 0 and box sizing, so it should be the border box. Okay, then body, so first font family, okay, and then background color, so F5, F7, FA. Okay, fine. and then app. So because the class name is app. Okay, app. So the app. Okay, so minimum height, let's keep the 100 VH. Okay, display should be flex, and flex direction should be column. Okay, that's all. So now next let's code the navbar. Okay, navbar.jsx. Fine. So navbar equals. Okay, now at very first thing let's fetch the current user. So current user equals how to fetch auth service. So in the auth service you can see, yeah, so auth service dot get current user if the user is logged in. Okay, so we need to get from local storage. Auth service dot get current user. Okay, so first let me import it. Import auth service from where? See, auth service in the service folder, and we are currently now in the components. So first, because see navbar in the component, so navbar in the component folder, we need to come out from the component folder and move to the services. So how to come out? Dot dot slash c came out. Now we can see all the folders, services pages. So in the services, auth service. Okay, fine. So auth service dot get current user. Okay, fine. We got here current user. Okay, fine. Now return what we need to return. Okay, so let's code the navbar. Fine. Nav. Let's keep the class name as navbar. Okay. Then heading. Okay. Link to. Okay, and class name equals navbar and title or brand. Okay, fine. And user management. See, suppose this is our user management application. Okay, and this is the navbar. So that's why we are linking it to the slash. That means localhost and port number. When user clicks on it, it will redirect it to the main page. Okay, home page. This is what the main page. Fine, you can see we already coded. This is, where is that? In app.jsx path. That means main page. Okay, so that is why link to this user management title. Okay, the next is, let's create a div element. Class name equals navbar and links. Okay, fine. So now current user, right? So current user. Okay, and this. Suppose here I'm getting the current user. That means there is a user saved in the local storage. Okay, yeah, that's why you can see get current user, and we are getting this current user from the local storage. Okay, that means the user is logged in and user is saved in the local storage. Okay, if I'm getting the user, that means, as we have discussed, if this is my user management application, okay, here is the title. Here, in place of login and sign up button, I want username, dashboard link and logout link. Okay, so span, let's use the span tag. And let's give the class name as navbar user. Okay, fine. And here, so let's write the welcome. Okay, and where is that? Current user dot username. Yeah, that's all. And then the next thing is link, okay, to, okay, so the first, if the user logged in, so first the username we want to display, then the link to dashboard. Okay, link to, I know why this is error is coming, because, okay, let me explain you later on. Okay, you just think why. Dashboard, okay, and class name equals navbar link. Okay, fine. Dashboard, and then logout button. So button on click equals handle logout. Okay, we need to just create this method. We'll create it. So let me format it first. Okay, 1 second. Okay, and then class name equals logout button. Okay, fine, and logout. Okay, and why I'm getting the error? Because just you can see, once I hover on it, you can see JSX expression must have one parent element. Okay, either you can just put inside a div element, div, okay, fine, or let's enclosed in a React fragment. Okay, that's all gone. Okay, next, else. See, this is a ternary operator. If I'm getting the current user, if this condition is true, then execute this part of code, else execute this part of code. If I'm getting the current user, then that means the user is logged in. I'm getting the user logged in, so display the welcome username, go to the dashboard, link to the dashboard, and logout button. You can log out. Else, if I am not getting the current user, that means user is not logged in. So if user is not logged in, then display the login and sign up button. Okay, so React fragment, okay, and just two links, link, okay, to what? Login, yeah, where is that? Login, okay, and sign up. And class name, let's keep the navbar link only, login, okay, and the same thing, link to sign up, class name equals navbar link sign up. Okay, that's all. And here, and only one thing remaining, that is not this. Okay, navbar, right? Export default navbar. Only one thing remaining to create this method, handle logout. Okay, on click. So let's create it. So let's code here. So const and handle logout equals async. Okay, try. So auth service dot, in the auth service we have already one method logout. Okay, yeah, so let's call it dot logout, and once user logged out, we need to navigate user to the login page. So here comes one more Okay, so for that we need to const navigate equals use navigate. Okay, so use navigate is a method and it lets you programmatically changes the routes. Okay, you passed here navigate login. Okay, after logout you will be automatically redirect to the login page. Okay, yeah, that's all. So came and catch error. Now you know very well console dot error and logout failed error. Yeah, that's all. So done. Navbar, see how easy is this? We are just checking current user because initially we already fetched him. If we are getting the current user, then display username dashboard link. If not, display the normal links, login sign up. That's all, and handle the logout. So we have created this method. Okay, this is done. Now next, let's code the navbar.css or protected route. Okay, let's first complete the JSX. Okay, find so protected route. Let me go to the app.jsx here. Okay, if anyone try to, I already told you, if anyone try to access or if we are redirected to the dashboard, so first, okay, control comes in the protected route, then dashboard. Okay, so const protected route equals children. Okay, why children? See, here whatever you'll place between the opening and closing tag of the protected route, whatever, in this case dashboard, as a children. Okay, see how I'm explaining only in this video, not next. Is authenticated equal auth service. Let me import it. Import auth service from okay, let me come out. Auth service in the service auth services. Okay, dot is authenticated. Where is that? Is authenticated. Okay, fine. Is authenticated boolean true or false. Fine. If is authenticated not, if the user is not authenticated, then go back, return and navigate to where login. Okay, done. Else return what? Children. Okay, here dashboard is coming. Okay, if user is not authenticated, then navigate to the login, else return children only. Okay, and export default protected route. That's all. Is authenticated. Okay, if not authenticated, then navigate to the login, else return the children. Okay, so at first navbar css. Okay, so dot navbar first display equals flex. Okay, justify content space between. Okay, align items and center. Background color, so let me keep it as a aqua. Okay, so hashtag 007 BFF. Okay, yeah, that's correct. Background color blue is okay, fine. Color should be hashtag. Okay, let's just put some padding
So it should be 15px and 20px. Okay, and box shadow 0 2px 4 pixels. Okay, and 0 0 0 0.1. Okay, fine. Next navbar brand. Okay, title navbar brand. Okay, so first font size should be 1.5 rem. Okay, then font weight should be bold. Okay, then text decoration should be none, and then color. Okay, fine. Then next navbar links. Okay, dot navbar links. So display flex. Okay, align items, center, and gap should be 15 pixels. Okay, navbar links. Okay, like login sign up. Next is navbar user. Okay, the username which we are displaying. So username. Okay, font, and let's keep the margin. Okay, so navbar user, and let's keep the margin right. Margin right as 15 pixels, and font weight as bold. Okay, next navbar link. Okay, navbar CSS. So color, let's keep as white, and text decoration, then let's add some padding. Okay, so 8 pixel and 15 pixel. Okay, then border radius as 4 pixels, and let's add the transition on background color. Okay, 0.3 seconds and ease. Okay, fine. Navbar link hover. Okay, background color. Okay, 255 255 255 0.2. Okay, that's all. Transition on background color on hover. Then navbar link logout button. Oh, here it is. Logout button, logout navbar CSS. Okay, so logout button. Okay, so background color, let's keep the transparent. Okay, border, let's keep 1px solid, and okay, color. Okay, then let's add the padding, 8 pixel 15 pixel, then border radius, so it should be 4 pixel. Okay, then cursor should be pointer, then let's add the transition on background color. Okay, 0.3 seconds ease. Okay, on hover, on
hover, on hover, background color RGBA 255 255 255 0.2. Okay, so that's all. CSS also done and components is completed. Navbar created, protected root created. Okay, let's import the CSS also. Import styles and navbar.css. Okay, fine. Okay, so now let's start coding the sign up and login page. So let's start with the signup.jsx. Okay, so sign up. Okay, and return. Fine. Now what all elements we need to include in the sign up? Suppose this is our user management application. Okay, here is the navbar and here is the sign up form. Okay, one second. Here is the sign up form. Okay, yeah. So the very first thing is sign up title. Okay, username, email, password, confirm password, and sign up button. Okay, so this is the form. Plus one more thing, here I space for error, displaying the error. For example, password and confirm password does not match, so we need to display here. Or suppose user clicks on the sign up button and getting some error from the backend. Okay, so sign up failed, please try again. Okay, or this is what the error. Fine, so we need to display here. Okay, so we'll create a div element and only displays when we got an error. Fine, let's create it. Okay, plus in this video I'm also going to show you using the real world example. Okay, the usage of React use state hook. Okay, fine. Those who know, they can move forward. Those who don't know, just stay here. Why I'm showing you? Because this is our first video. Okay, so let's start building the sign up form. Okay, so let me just create a div element. Class name equals sign up container. Okay, then another div, class name equals sign up form. Okay, now the next is, the first thing is title, h2 sign up form. Okay, sign up. Okay, after the title, error, displaying the error. Okay, so error. Okay, fine. Div class name equals error message div. Okay, inside it error. Fine, let me zoom it. Okay, just see here, this error, what I just wrote here, this is a variable. Okay, if I'm getting some error message, then only this div element will render. And what the div element contains? The actual error message. Okay, so if I'm getting the error, this error got displayed here on the top. Okay, here is the username, password, and other form elements. Fine. Now you might be thinking that, okay, that you haven't declared any error variable. Okay, this is the first thing. The second thing is, okay, like
Suppose I got the error. Password and confirm password does not match. Okay, so you need to set that message in this variable and then reload this complete component so that it will display here. Okay, so where is that code? Where is that? This complete thing is done by React use state pattern or hook pattern. Okay, inbuilt. Fine. Time for the real-time example. Okay. Or just wait. Okay, fine. Suppose I have given you a task. I have given you a task that what you need to build. You need to build a button. Okay, and here is you have clicked times. Okay, and this is the button name count. If you clicked this button once, here initially it was 0. If you clicked once, then updated to 0 plus 1, that is 1. If you clicked one more time, so plus 1, plus 1, plus 1. So you need to display here count. Number of time you have clicked the button. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So here is 5. Okay, now in this process there is two things happening. What you'll think, okay, if you don't know anything, this is your requirement. The first thing is, okay, fine. Let me declare a variable. Count. Okay, the value initially is 0. Okay, and here I'll just count times. Okay, initially count was 0, so we'll got here 0 in the browser that you have clicked 0 times. Fine. The second thing is when user clicking on this button, so you have to set this count to count plus 1. That means count equals count plus 1. Okay, initially count was 0. When user clicked on the count, so count equals count plus 1. That means now count become 1. And then reload the code again, so that wherever you have used the count in the code, that should be updated from 0 to 1. Okay, now if I'll tell you that you can do this complete process with just a single line of code, then that is what the React use state hook. Okay, so let's use it. So here const array error, okay, and its setter method set error equals use state. Okay, and the current value is empty. Fine. So error and its setter method. You can see error and its setter method, and the value of error is empty. Okay, for now. Suppose if I call set error with some different value, for example, sign up failed. Okay, initially error equals empty. Okay, now I'm calling its setter method. Okay, so now the error value changed to sign up failed. And now what happens? Once I call the setter method, then component, or I can say entire component, re-renders. Okay, why? Because wherever I've used the error variable to update the value from this to this, that's why it will, once I call this, it will re-render. Start from here. I've used here. So now initially I'm getting empty. That's why no need to render this div element. If I call this set error sign up failed, now I'm getting the sign up failed. I'm getting some error value.
Now render this div element with this error message. What error message? Sign up field. So it will display the sign up field. Okay, fine. Understood the React hook state. Okay, and this code. Okay, next. Okay, the one thing is remaining, use effect also. Okay, use effect. Okay, so I'll just show you what is this and why we are using it, real world example in our, when we'll code the dashboard. Okay, for now let's complete the remaining sign up page. Okay, so the next thing is, okay, title, error, and then the form. Okay, so on submit, handle submit. Okay, fine. Then div class name equals form group. Okay, then the first is label. Okay, label HTML4. First is username. Okay, username, and input, so type equals text. Okay, next ID equals username. Okay, next value equals username. Okay, next on change, so set user name. Okay, e dot target dot value. Okay, now you can able to sense set username. Okay, so use state just like this. Okay, fine. You just need to play around with it, required. Okay, and then done. So input type text, ID, username, value, and on change. Okay, and required. Okay, so let me just complete it and then we'll create the all state. Fine, done. Okay, so the next is, okay, div class name equals form group. Okay, now the next field is label. Okay, HTML4 and email, and then let me just copy it. So input type email, ID is email, username is email, and set email. Okay, fine. We are registering. Okay, so I know what you're thinking. We are registering. Fine. The next field is, let me just copy this. Okay, so next is password. So HTML4 password, and password input type password, ID password, value password, and set password. Okay, fine. And the last one is confirm password. So confirm password. Okay, confirm password. Fine. Type is password, ID is confirm password, value is confirm password, and set confirm password. Okay, so button type equals submit. Okay, class name equals sign up and button. Okay, sign up. Okay, one more thing. paragraph tag, and already have an account. Okay, so link, if already have an account, so link to login. Okay, go to login, that's all. Okay, fine, and export default sign up. Fine, now we need to create few things. So const username, set username equals use state initial this. Okay, const password, set password, use state. Okay, email, set email. Okay, then confirm password, set confirm password. Okay, navigate, already told you why we are using this. Okay, so okay, fine, and okay, so this is what not. That's all. Confirm everything. Yeah. Now the next is handle submit. Okay, or handle sign up. Okay, handle sign up. Fine. So handle sign up. Okay. Fine. E dot prevent default. Okay. Set error. First, let's set the error. Okay, fine. First, let's check the password and confirm password is matches or not. So if password not equals confirm password. Okay, so in that case, set error. Okay, password do not match. Okay, so once I'm calling the setter method, again the component re-renders, and here now I'm getting some error. So this div element renders, and here is the error value, password do not match. Fine, and return. Then call the API, try await auth service. Okay, so import auth service from, where is the auth service? Here in the service. So I'm in the pages, need to get out, come out from the page. Okay, in the service, what? Auth services. Okay, auth service dot, what is that? Sign up, right? So log out. Okay, auth service dot sign up normal user. Okay, auth service dot sign up normal user. Okay, and it needs username, email, password. Okay, we have username, email, password. Okay, fine, and then navigate. Fine, navigate to login. Okay, once successfully signed up, then navigate to the login. Else come to the catch block, set error as sign up failed. Please try again. Okay, and console dot error sign up error and error. Okay, fine. Okay, so login and fine. So now let's first username and set username equals use state okay, and password set password use state okay, and error set error use state okay, and navigate equals use navigate okay, inputted. Okay, fine. Now return. Let's code the login form. Same thing. Login title, error, div element, username, password, login button, and register yourself. Okay, simple. So div class name equals login container. Okay, then div class name equals login form. Okay, then h2 login, then error. Okay, if I'm getting, then display a div whose class name equals error message. Okay, you can just copy paste also, fine, and error, then form on submit handle login. Okay, the first is div class name equals form group. Okay, and then label HTML4. Okay, so username input okay, type equals text, ID equals username, value equals username. Okay, and on change set username e dot target dot value and required. Okay, done. Similarly, password okay, password set password. Okay, then button. So button type equals submit, class name equals login button. Okay, sign in or login. Fine. Then paragraph tag and don't have an account, so link to sign up. Okay, what is that? app.jsx sign up. Sign up. Okay. Sign up. Okay. Fine. That's all. Form export default login. Hmm. Okay. Fine. Now let's handle the login. So handle login. Okay. Then e dot fine. Set error initially. Okay. Then call the API. Try auth service. Let me call the auth service. Import it. Auth service from. Let me go out and then service auth services. So auth service dot, where is that? Auth services dot login. Okay. Login and needs two things: username, password. Okay. If yes, again navigate to where? On the home page. On the home page. Good. Okay. Yeah, we already discussed. Once login form, username, password. Once login, if successfully login, again navigate to the home page with navbar. Instead of login sign up, we have username, dashboard link and logout link. Okay, that's why we have set this in the navbar. In the navbar, if getting the current user, username, dashboard link and logout, else login sign up, just like that. Okay, fine. The next is else catch error. Okay, so set error. Login failed. Please check your credentials. Okay. Console dot error and login error. Okay. Error. Fine. Okay, that's all done. Now let's quickly code their CSS. So where is that? Sign up CSS and login CSS. Okay, sign up CSS. Okay, so first, where is that? Sign up JSX. So first, sign up container. Okay, sign up container. Display flex. Justify content. Center. Align items. Center. Okay, let's keep the height as 100 VH and background color as okay, fine. Next is sign up form. Okay, sign up form. So background color white. Let's add some padding, 30 pixels. Border radius, let's add 8 pixels. Box shadow, so 0, 6 pixels. Okay. 0 and 0.1. Fine. Then width should be 100% and maximum width should be 400 pixels. Okay, fine. Next, sign up form. Next, error message. Okay, error message, color should be red, obvious, error color, margin bottom, so 15 pixels, and text align should be in center. Next, okay, so one thing, sign up form H2. Okay, so here sign up form, let's keep just after it H2. Okay, for the title, so text align center, and margin bottom, let's some 20 pixels, and color. Okay, fine, done. Now the next is error message and form group. Okay, form group, so just nothing else, margin, let's give some margin as 15 pixels. Okay, now the components, so form group label, so first display block. Okay, and margin bottom some 5 pixels. Okay, just 5 pixels to the text field. Okay, input area and input text field. Okay, and the color. Okay, fine. Next, label input, so form group input, so width of the input should be 100%, padding some 10 pixels. Okay, and border some 1 pixel solid, and okay, and border radius should be 4 pixels. Then okay, so form group label input, and sign up button, sign up.css, sign up button. Okay, width should be 100%, padding 10 pixels, background color hashtag 745. Yeah, okay, color white, border radius 4 pixels, cursor pointer, and transition, background color 3 seconds ease. Okay, fine. Then on hover, so background color hashtag 218838. Okay, fine. Yeah, done, everything done. So sign up CSS done. Now login CSS. Okay, just same thing, almost similar. So first login.jsx login container. Okay, login.css login container. Okay, so display flags, justify content, center, align items, center. Okay, height. Fine. From the next video, let's use the tailwind CSS. Okay, that is interesting. Okay, fine. Background color. Okay, done. Next is login.jsx. Next, login form. Same thing, login form, login. Okay. Background color white, padding 30 pixel. 1 second. Sign up CSS. Just copy it, paste it. Okay, that is a very great job. Next, login form h2. So login css, login, oops, login form h2, sign up css, sign up form h2, same thing. Okay, then error message, same thing. Okay, so where is the login css? Error message. Okay, sign up css, error message. Okay, fine. Next, login JSX, form group, form group. Okay, sign up, margin bottom. 1 second. Label input. Okay, let me copy these also. Yeah, same thing. Okay, form group label, form group input. Fine. Now the next is login button. Okay, so that is somewhat different, but CSS is same. So where is that? Login button and sign up CSS, sign up button. Just copy, paste it, and let's change color. Okay, let's not just copy paste blindly. Hashtag 007 BFF. Yeah, and then login button. Okay, transition on background color, hashtag 0056B3. Okay, fine. So that's done. Login CSS, login JSX, sign up CSS, sign up JSX, done. Only thing remaining is dashboard and main page. This is nothing. Okay, just a main page. Welcome to that and few buttons. Dashboard, because here we need 3 components: change password, add users table for the admin, checking whether it is admin or not, dashboard component, lot of things. Okay, and then the testing part with or without debug, and then finish it. Okay, from the next video, this will be all direct. This is the video where I'm going to explain everything. Okay, fine. Let's start coding dashboard JSX. Okay, so let's start coding dashboard. Const dashboard equal return. Please pay attention because we are going to see the most important part of the video. Okay, so please pay attention. Okay, so now there are 2 types of user: normal user and admin user. Okay, fine. And we all know that dashboard is not same for both the type of users. Okay, so for the normal user, suppose this is the user management application. Okay, here is our nav bar. So the dashboard is, let's add few menu items. For example, here home, profile, okay, settings, and much more. Okay, you can add at your own. Fine. And here this is the body part. Okay, if some user clicks on the home, then he'll see about whatever status or what. If he'll click on the profile, then he'll see the user's profile information. Okay, edit button, change password, whatever, and settings. Okay, rest other thing. Now, in case of admin, suppose this is our user management application. Okay, and this is our admin. Okay, this is the user logged in with role as a admin. Fine. So let's keep home also, it's same, profile it's same, setting it's same, and users. One more menu item which is only visible to that user who is logged in as a admin, role admin. Okay, in this we are actually displaying the users information, all the users. Okay, suppose 53 users signed up. Okay, so ID and username, email, and some action. For example, one John123 john@gmail.com, and here is the delete button. Okay, action. That means a user who is admin can delete anyone. Okay, has the power. Plus here is one more link, add another admin. Okay, he can able to create or register another admin. Fine, but it's not visible to this user, normal user. Okay, now let's code step by step. Okay, first let's code this sidebar, home profile settings, same for the admin. And then we'll create a state is admin. Okay, so if is admin is true, that means the user is admin. So then only we will display this user tab, user menu item. But here is one problem. You might be thinking that, okay, that is fine. Okay, see, I have just taken one admin functionality. Okay, you can take anything like for the users, it is home profile setting. For the admin, it is the home profile setting, users, and whatever. Okay, you can just take. I am just showing you how to do it. Okay, by taking just one extra menu item which is only accessible to the admin. Rest you can just enhance it. Okay, the question is, fine. When user logged in, okay, he'll redirected to this dashboard page where he can see this type of layout. This is the sidebar, home profile setting, and this is that body part, content area. Okay, now if the user is admin, then he'll able to see one more tab, users tab. But how to achieve this? Like, once user entered into the dashboard, before rendering this HTML code, okay, home, this sidebar or users, we need to check whether user is admin or not before rendering this layout. If user is admin, then we will render this layout with extra one more item. If user is not admin, then only 3 items. So before rendering this complete code, we need to check. That is where we'll use effect. Use effect. Okay, so we'll just write it as use effect and callback and dependency array. Okay, and it plays a very important role. Okay, you want to run the code every time when the component renders. You want to run the code only once. You want to run the code when there is data changes in the array. For example, user ID. So whenever user ID changes, okay, you will hit this use effect. Okay, and before rendering the component, you want to do something. Okay, like it is managing the side effect. It is managing the side effect of React. Okay, fine. So this is what the overview. Let's start coding the dashboard. Okay, fine. So at first, let's code our. First, let's add some states. Okay, fine. So user set user equals use state. So the initial null. Okay, see, we need user to display the user information when user clicks on the profile. Okay, we'll display email, username, okay, and whatever. So initially it is null. Okay, then active section, set active section, use state. So initially it is home. Yeah, active section. these are the section: home section, profile section, setting section. So initially user see the home section, okay, active section. When suppose user clicks on the profile, so we will use the setter method, set active section profile or settings. Okay, then let's add some loading also, loading and set loading, fine, loading. So use, okay, state which is true. Okay, initially let's keep the loading as true, fine. Now let's add admin state. Okay, admin. So is admin, set is admin. So initially false. Okay, fine. Then profile editing is status. Okay, fine. So is editing, set is editing. Initially it is false, and edited user. Okay, set edited user, use state object. Okay, empty object, fine. So initially the edited user, empty object. If user click on the button edit, then we will set is editing true, and edited user, whatever user edited, like initially it was John 123, then edited to John 2256. Okay, so the username, like whatever object is that, username, password, okay, whatever he edited, so it should store in this edited user, and then we'll save it to the database. Okay, and then the password model. Okay, we'll create a model. Okay, so later on we'll just add this. Okay, okay, let's add it, fine. So is password model open, set is password model open, equal, initially it is false. Okay, so where is that? Here. When the user click on the profile, okay, so it should looks like this. Okay, profile, suppose this is the user management app. Okay, home, profile, settings. Okay, user clicks on the profile, so it should like user information, not email, username, email, and this is the edit button, and this is the change password. Once user click on the edit, so these two field got editable. Okay, and in place of edit and change, there are two button will appear: cancel, save. So the user edit whatever he wants to edit and click on the save. Once saved, it's saved to the database, and again these two button appear. Okay, and the next thing is, if user clicks on the change password, a model will open, a model. Okay, with three fields: current password, new password, and confirm password. And the same thing, same two buttons: cancel, save. Okay, so that is what like in real world. Okay, I'm just taking two fields. Okay, we have just taken username, email. You can take anything like full name, date of birth, whatever. Fine, you are expert in that. Okay, so now use effect. Okay, we need to fetch the user data. Okay, we need to fetch the user. Okay, and need to check whether the user role is admin or normal user. So okay, fetch user data equals try and current user equals auth service dot, okay, let me import auth service from uh, where I'm in the pages. I need to go out of the pages, so let me go out of the pages. Now service, go in the service, auth services. Okay, in the auth service I have one login get current user, auth service dot get current user. Okay, now current user, so this, let me call this setter, set user current user. Okay, set edited user, let's set the edited user also initially to the current user. Okay, once user changes, we'll handle the change in the edited user and save that particular user. Okay, fine. Now if check if the user role is admin or user. Okay, like role underscore admin or role underscore admin user. Okay, let's check. Fine. So user roles, 1 second. Okay, there is one problem, and I want you to point it out here. Okay, in this line. Fine. So let's go. User roles equals current user dot roles, and is a set. So I got the roles. Now I need to check whether it is admin or not, because I have just there is one is admin. Yeah, so set is admin. Initially is admin is false. Let me set user roles dot includes what? Role underscore admin. See here, I am getting the user roles. Okay, so where we have coded the backend project user, yeah, in the user we have roles of type set string. Okay, set of type string. Okay, so I'm getting here user roles. If user roles includes role underscore admin, so the implementation here, register admin user, register normal user. In the normal user, he'll just find the user, but in the admin user, he'll find role admin and user both. That's why if it includes role admin, then set is admin. If this is true, then the true is admin is true. If it is admin, if is admin is true, then we'll just show this user step. Okay, got it? Like how we are, how the flow is going, and then later we'll just code it. We'll code a div element and put the condition is admin is true, then show this div element, this extra menu item. Okay, fine. Now I told you there is one error. Here there's an error. Have you pointed out? No, right? Good. The error is we are fetching roles from the current user. Okay, this is the current user. Okay, I'm getting from get current user method in the auth service. Get current user. Okay, I'm getting from the local storage. Okay, I'm saving here. I'm saving in the local storage. The API is auth fetch current user. Let me go to there. Let me go to, where is that? Get, oh, it is get current user, not fetch current user. So auth and get current user, this is the API, backend API, and it is giving me the user DTO. It is giving me user DTO. Okay, let me go to the user DTO. In the user DTO, there are only 3 fields: ID, username, email. There is no roles. Okay, so what's happening? Get current user is giving me the user DTO. If the user is logged in, okay, so it is giving me the user DTO. Okay, because I don't want the complete user, it contains the password. If it is giving me user DTO, which contains only username, email, ID, here I'm getting the user DTO. User DTO. The user DTO got saved in the local storage. Okay, and here also only the DTO, which contains only email, username, and ID. There is no roles. So here I am fetching user underscore user, that current user dot roles. Okay, fine. So there are 2 to 3 that solutions. Let's add the role here also. Private set of string roles. Okay, or the second solution is, let's create another API, but this is the better approach. Let's do the minimal API operations. Okay, so this is what created roles, and in the auth controller, user DTO dot set roles. Okay, and let's get roles. Okay, fine. Okay. Now in the user DTO, along with the username, email, ID, I'm getting the roles also. Okay. So in the this current user, I got the roles. Here I got the roles, and I can check if the roles, this user roles, includes role admin or not. Role admin, okay, like this. Fine. Okay. Yeah, that's all. Then catch. So error, and console dot error fetching user data error, and let's add the yeah, one more thing. What I need to add? It's still loading. Okay, it's still loading. Fine. So the program enters here, enters. Okay, so fetched, and check if it is admin or not. Okay, and then the loading is still in progress. So finally set loading to false. Okay, set loading to false. Set loading to false. Okay, so when the program start, the loading starts. Okay, fine. We'll code it this. Okay, like how you're feeling. Okay, good, right? No any confusion. This is not a big project. Very small, just to make your foundation strong. Like use effect, use state. Okay, or how to open the model, like everything. Okay, just the basic foundation. Okay, so now let's code the this sidebar. Okay, so div class name equals dashboard container. Okay, and then another div class name equals dashboard sidebar. Okay, fine. Now let's div class name equals let's put some condition. Dashboard menu item. Okay, and then let's put the condition active section if home. Okay, then let's add active to the class name, else nothing. Okay, so our class name is this, dashboard menu item. Now if active section equals home, then if suppose user clicks the home, then yes, active section is home. So active. So this is what our complete class name. Else dashboard menu item. That's all. Like this. Nothing. Okay, so this is what the condition. Okay, if home then active, so we'll just manage the active section. Okay, that is why we have just declared this active section. Okay, initially it is home. So initially active section is home. Okay, so he will check if it is home, so it will display the home body part. Okay, here in this active section is home, so it will display the home body part. Got it? Okay. Okay, this is okay, and on click. So set active section to home. Yeah, and it is home. Yeah, so once you click, you are setting the active section to that. Okay, whatever value you have given here. Similarly, so profile, and if you click, then we are setting the active section as profile. Okay, similarly, settings. Okay, so here profile settings. Now need to check. What need to check? Okay, so these three is common for all both type of user, normal or admin. User menu tab. Simple is admin and display the div. What div? This div. Okay, so users. Okay, the section name is users only. Fine. Okay, so if is admin is true, here we are just setting set is admin is true, then okay, is admin is true, then okay, display this extra menu tab. Fine, got it? How we are managing it? Okay, then this is okay. Dash sidebar is done. Now let's start the body part. Home, profile, settings, body part. Okay, fine. So div class name equals dashboard content. Okay, now same thing. Active section home. Okay, then whatever you want to display in the body part. Okay, so div. Okay, class name equals suppose dashboard and home. Okay, so first let's put some heading. Okay, so welcome uh, user. Okay, user, right? Yeah, user dot username. Welcome John 123, John 256, whatever, and some paragraph tag. Okay, some content. Okay, now you can just add your HTML, whatever. Okay, I'm not gonna show this. Okay, this is like you want to just create some boxes. You want to create some cards, whatever. If you want me, then I'll start a HTML series. Okay, fine. Next is important. Active section is profile, and okay, so just like this. Where is that? Where is that? Yeah, here. Username, email, edit. So just like this, I've already shown you. Okay, so div class name equals dashboard profile. Okay, dashboard profile. Then let's add some heading, user profile information. Okay, now the actual game starts. Class name equals profile details. Okay, then let's create one more div. So class name equals profile field. Okay, now first field is username and input type equals text. Okay, so let's format it. Input type equals text, name equals username, then value equals is editing is true, then edited user dot username. If it is false, then user dot username. Okay, see, self-explanatory. If it is editing, if the user clicked on this option, that edit option, okay, and he'll edit this from John 123 to John 256, so that will be just display here John 256. Okay, so edited username, edited user dot username. Okay, then on change, handle input change, then read only. Okay, so is editing false. Okay, fine. So read only. Okay, it should be read only by default, should not be editable. So initially is editing is false. Okay, fine. Now is editing is false and not, that means true. So read only is true, that means yeah, you can only able to read. Okay, so this is one profile field. The next is email. Email type email, email edited user dot email and okay, fine. Okay, now profile buttons. So div class name equal profile actions. Profile actions. Okay, so is editing. Okay, then okay, then so let's use button. Class name equals okay, and on click equals handle edit toggle. Okay, and this is what edit button. The next is change password button. Button class name, so let's keep the secondary. On click and okay, set is password model open to true. and change password. Okay, so if is editing is false, then we'll show two buttons: edit and change password. Edit, handle edit toggle will just handle it, and change password will open the password model. Fine. Okay, and if not, if is editing is true, fine, when user clicks on edit button, then we'll show these two buttons: cancel and save. And okay, cancel and save. So let's write, so button, okay, class name equals button, button primary, okay, and on click handle save profile, profile handle save profile. Save. And one more button, button class name equals secondary, on click handle cancel edit, handle cancel edit. Okay, so cancel. Why getting the error? Because it should have single parent. Okay, done. Okay, fine. Okay, so this is what our second active section, data content area, this profile. Okay, so first is active section equal home, so we'll display these. Second, if user clicks on the profile, then we'll display username, email. Okay, and buttons, two buttons generally, edit and change password. Okay, if user clicks on edit, that means is editing is true, so we'll make these two editable, read only, these two editable, and we'll display save and cancel. Okay, fine. Now the third one also just simple, just like this. Okay, let's copy and paste it. Let's not waste much time, you can just do at your own. If active section equals settings, okay, dashboard hyphen settings, and whatever, like settings and some settings content. Yeah, that's all. Okay, and now the last users one, this. Okay, so what we need to display here in the content area when user clicks on the users menu item. Okay, so if active section is users and is admin. Okay, obvious. Let's just check it. Then we'll display one users table. Okay, we'll create it users table here only, another component. So we'll display that. Okay, so we'll create just like we have just created this dashboard. Okay, we'll create it similarly, const user table. Okay, and complete thing. Okay, user table, fine, and we are just displaying in the content area. Okay, hope you got it. Fine, and this, fine. Now let's implement the users table component and handle cancel edit, handle save profile, handle edit toggle, handle input change, and password model open, password model. Okay, fine. So at first okay, use if 1 second. Oh, I need to call the okay, I forget it. I need to call it. Yeah. And the dependency array. Okay, fine. So see, empty array, that means this will execute just once. Fine. Okay, so at first let's take the simple one. Handle edit toggle. Simple. Handle edit toggle set is editing to is editing. What is the current state of is editing? Reverse it. Okay, so is editing. Okay, once user clicks on the edit, currently it is false. Okay, initially by default the that fields are read only. Once click on the is editing, handle edit toggle, initially it was false, so reverse that, that means true. So set is editing, that means is editing to true. Okay, so the text fields got enabled. Okay, read only false. Fine. Next is okay, let's take this handle input change. Handle input change. So let's use the key value. What is the name? That's why we have just put the name here. Name and value. Okay, equals target. Okay, now input is changing. Input is changing. Definitely user trying to edit the username or password. So set edited user. Okay, because here once user click on the edit. Okay, now it is editing. So we are once user type something here. Suppose ABCD. Suppose John 123 to John 256. So we are handling that input change. Okay, and definitely that will go to the set to the edit user because that is the edited user. Okay, so PR previous. Okay, let's take prev and name its value. Okay, done. So whenever there is an input change, okay, so for the particular name its value and that will only change. The next is handle input change is done. Handle edit toggle. Okay, handle save profile. Okay, once editing done, now click on the save. Okay, so okay, try and auth service dot update profile. Okay, we haven't created any API. Logout is authenticated, get user, fetch, login, sign up, normal. Okay, let's create it quickly. Update profile. Okay, and user data. Okay, try response equals API dot put. Okay, so let me go to where is that user controller and change password, update user ID. Okay, users. Fine. Update user ID. Okay, so
it is users update user and dollar user. This is what the I'm getting a user data, user data dot id and user data. Okay, because see id user data. Got it. Then current user equals auth service dot get current user. Okay, and updated user equals current user and response dot data. That's great. And let's local storage dot set item user json dot, okay, what is that, updated user. Catch error console dot error profile update failed and throw error. Okay, done. So calling this API update user ID, update user ID. Okay, and we'll pass here this user data. So in the dashboard, update profile and edited user, okay, set user to edited user. Okay, once the user edited, so now we will set this user to what the user edited, and then set is editing back to false. Set back is editing back to false. So once save edited false, again these two button display, these two. Once click on save. Okay, and catch error console dot error failed to update profile error. Okay, then okay, save done, handle cancel edit, just cancel it, simple. So handle cancel edit. So set edited user to user back. Okay, and set is editing to false. Yeah. Okay, suppose whatever he edited, John1232 to John256, and email also edited, but cancel it. So the edited user, set the edited user back to the user, initial user. Okay, and is editing to the false. Okay, and one more thing, loading. So if loading, so if loading, so initially it is true. So you should return the loading only. Okay, just like in real world, it is loading. Wait, once the loading is false, we'll handle it in a CSS. Okay, we'll create it in a CSS. Return div class name loading spinner. Okay, and loading. Fine. So you should return initially. Okay, it is loading. Nothing, it is loading, so it should return this div element. with the text at this. Okay, when it got false, so use effect set loading false. That is why I've kept in the finally. Okay, finally, if any error comes, finally. So you should be good in basics. Okay, everything is standard. Okay, correct. Fine. Okay, so now let's start coding our users table. So yeah, this is if active section is users, then we are rendering the users table. Just see here. Yeah, if for the admin, if user clicks on the our fourth menu item users, then we are displaying this users table. Okay, so let's create this complete users table. Okay, so one second, I'm getting one error. Okay, where I'm getting? Oh, this. Oh, fine, got it. Gone. So users table. Okay, and then first we'll create the state all users. Okay, we need to fetch the all users. Okay, so all users, set all users. Okay, we'll fetch from the our auth service and set here. So initially empty array, empty array. Okay, then loading, set loading equals use state true, and then error, set error equals use state as null. So we'll just set this error. Okay, we'll set the error. Okay, if we'll got the error, okay, then we'll return this error. Fine. Now use effect. Let's fetch all the users from the backend. Fetch all users. Okay, so okay, try response equals auth service dot get all users. Okay, we have not created that API. Let's create it. So get all users and fine, try response equals API dot get. Where is our project? Get all users, get all users. Okay, users get all users. Return response dot data catch error console dot error failed to fetch all users error throw error. Okay, fine. So let me go to there and auth service dot get all users. Auth service dot get all users. Okay, then set users, set all users to the response. Okay, and set loading to false. Done. Catch error, set error failed to get users, and set loading false. Fine. Okay, now let me call this fetch all users and okay, why empty array? To run just once. Okay, fine. Now let's add the loading and error meanwhile. So when user clicks on the user, okay, and suppose there are millions of user, so here meanwhile will display loading users, or if got error, so here will display some error message. Okay, so if loading, then return div, okay, loading users, done. And if error, okay, error, then return div class name equals error message, and what is that? Okay, error. Okay, fine. Now this is done. Let's start coding. Let's start building our user table. Okay, so it should look like this. One second. Like this. This is our user management app navbar, and suppose this is the user's menu item. User clicks here and it should looks like this. Okay, there is some heading, ID, username, email, and actions. Okay, fine. So let's start building that. So div class name equals users table container. Okay, then let's some heading, user, all users manage all users. Okay, manage all users. Okay, fine, you can just write anything. Then table class name equal users table. Okay, fine. Then okay, tr, and the columns are th. The first column is ID, the second column is username, email, and the fourth is action. Okay, fine. Then t body. Okay, please pay attention here. Okay, so we have all our users. Auth service, get all users, set all users, response. Okay, so we have all users. Fine. All users dot map. Okay, let's take one user and fetch the data. Okay, fetch the data and implement the table. Okay, so let's implement the data in the table. Okay, fine. Tr key equals user dot id. Okay, now the column td. The first is user id, so user dot id. The second column is td, just like for loop is running. Okay, loop is running. Okay, and from the all users, one user, from this user we are fetching the data and displaying in the table, and the key is user id. Why we have used the key? Because we need action here. Suppose there are five rows, five users. We need to delete the second one. So the key to delete that particular second. Okay, that's why. Second is username. Okay, so user dot username and td user dot email. Okay, and the last is td button. Okay, action button. So button class name equals danger. Fine. On click. Okay, handle delete user, and we'll pass the user dot id. Okay, just like delete user, we need the id. Simple. Okay, delete user. Okay, fine. Now let's handle this delete user. So here. Okay, so handle delete user. Okay, and we are passing the, you can see, user id. So okay, user id. Fine. Okay, now try. Okay, and auth service dot delete user, and we'll pass the user id. Okay, now let's create the delete user method in our auth service. So yeah, here delete user. Okay, and user id. Try. So response equals API dot delete, and what is the, okay, delete user, users delete user, and id. Okay, so users delete user and user id, what we are passing here. Okay, done, and return response dot data. Okay, so failed to delete the user. Okay, throw error. Fine, and also export API and auth service. Okay, so okay, API and auth service. Fine, so the method is created, delete user. Then we need to filter the this users, all users. So let's call set all users. Okay, and we need to filter all users. So we need to filter. Why? Because we have deleted one user. When user clicks on this delete user, okay, handle delete user, so we have deleted one user. We need to reset all users. That means we need to filter that, only set those users whose id not equals this, because the user which with this id already got deleted. Okay,
So all users dot filter and user dot id not equals user this. Okay, done. Then and you can just failed to delete the user. Okay, done. So one more thing, just like initially this is what our users table. Okay, so id, username, email and action button. Okay, and let's say there are 1 2 3 4 5 users. Okay, here is a delete button. Okay, and here are some information. Okay, the respective information. Now if you have deleted user number 4, then we need to reset these array. Initially in the array there are 5 users, 1 2 3 4 5. We need to reset it. So we need to filter that only allow those user in the all users array whose id does not matches with this. So he'll allow 1 2 3 and 5. Okay, so this is why we have written this line number 32 statement. Okay, done. Now only thing remaining is password change model. Okay, user wants to change the password. Okay, so we will create a model with 3 fields. Current password, will check it. New password and confirm password. Will check whether user has entered current password correct or not.
So password change model equals is open, on, close, on, save. Okay, fine. Now pay attention here. See, this is okay. So this is our dashboard. One second. For example, this is our dashboard. Okay, this is the nav bar, and here is the menu items. Home, profile, settings, and whatever. Fine. Now we will create a password model, password change model. Okay, current password, new password, confirm password, and we are going to keep this model in the dashboard. Okay, just it's a matter of visibility. When is open is true. Okay, if you remember, then we have already created, yeah, is password model open. If it is true, then this password model is visible. Okay, and it's setter method. Fine. So in our dashboard, first let's render the password change model. Okay, so dashboard container. This is the div element. Okay, and okay, inside the div element. Okay, password change model. Okay, we have already created this. Okay, now is open, on close, and on save. So is open. Okay, so where is that? Is password model open? Initially it is false, so it is not visible. When is password model open true, then our password model open visible. Okay, it's a model. On close. Okay, So on close, set is password model open to false. Okay, and save. So console will just print console.log password changed successfully. That's all. Okay, so password change model is open, on close, on save. Okay, it is already there in the dashboard, just not visible. Okay, and how we'll manage it, we'll just see. Now let's code the our password change model. Okay, once we'll finish it, you'll easily understand. Self-explanatory. Okay, so first current password, let's take and set current password equals use state. So initially it is okay. Then similarly new password, set new password, use state, okay, and confirm password, set confirm password equals use state, okay, then error, set error equals use state. Fine. Now how we'll manage whether password change model will render or not, because if you can see, for example, return and whatever we'll write here, h2 password change model, whatever, okay, it is visible here because we are rendering in the dashboard this component, just like user table we are rendering in the dashboard, in the development of the dashboard, so it should visible. How we'll manage it? We'll manage if our password change model return null. Okay, just see here, dashboard component returning this complete HTML code which will visible. Okay, so if some component return nothing, then it is not visible. That is what the game. Okay, so here we'll put one condition. If is open, then return null. Okay, so you can see if password change model is open is false, that means should not open, then return null, return nothing. Okay, else what you want to return? HTML code. Got it? Okay, so this is what the one condition, then return, and here we'll code our complete password change model. Okay, HTML code, but before it should check this. If is open is false, then return null. So the model not visible to the user. Okay, fine. So div class name equals model overlay. Then another div element, class name equals model content. Okay, then let's put some heading, change password. Okay, if there is an error, so div class name error message. Okay, and error. Okay, fine. Now div class name equals form group. Okay, so let's our first label, that is current password. Okay, so input type equal password and value equals this current password. Okay, on change equals set current password value. Okay, that's all. Okay, so just like three fields. Okay, so current password, this is the new password. New password, set new password. Okay, and confirm password, set confirm password, and then two button, cancel, save. So div class name and model actions. So button class name equals okay, on click, on close, fine, cancel, and the second button is save. Class name equal fine, on click, handle, save. This is what we need to create. Okay, and done. So this is done. Now just we need to handle this, handle save. Okay, let's do it, the last thing of the video. Not last thing, CSS also we need to add. Okay, dashboard CSS, fine. So handle save. Now let's add some basic validation. If new password not equals confirm password, basic check, then set error. Password do not match. Okay, and return. Fine. Else call the backend API. Auth service dot change password. Okay, so need to create this change password service also. Okay, so change password, current password, new password, confirm password, try, okay, equals API dot put. Okay, so what is the backend API? Change password ID. change password DTO, which takes current, new, confirm. Okay, fine. Need to pass the object and ID. Okay, so change password users change password and ID. So from where you will get the ID? Here we are getting current password, new password, confirm password. Okay, simple. Let's fetch the user also. So current user equals auth service dot get current user. Okay, let's check current user or current user dot ID. Throw new error user not found. Okay, fine. So now current user dot ID and object. So because you can see change password DTO. Okay, what we are getting here, simple. Change current password, new password, confirm password. This is what this change password DTO. Okay, okay, and then return response dot data, catch error console dot error failed to change the password, error throw error. Okay, let's call this method change password, and let's pass current password, new password and confirm password, and then on save, then on close. Fine. So on save, once this is done, once the password changed successfully, once we got the backend API got run successfully, then on save. Okay, on save. So where is that? Yeah, on save we are just printing in the console password changed successfully, and on close. Then on close, that means set is password model open to false. What happened? Set is password model open. Okay, where is that? This is. So once we are calling setter method, the component re-renders. Okay, and when the control comes to the password change model, okay, it goes here. Okay, it goes here, comes here and checks this condition. Now is open is false. False of not. That means this condition is true. If this is true, return null. That means password change model disappear. Okay, not visible because returning the null. Should not go forward. Fine. Okay, and catch error. So in the error we'll just set error and fail to change the current password. Okay, so just okay, fine. So it checks if this condition true, then return null. Okay, else return this model. So everything is done, everything is completed. Now the last thing remaining is dashboard CSS and this main page. Okay, it's nothing, like you can, or it's optional. main page, welcome to the user management, just like that. So dashboard CSS, and then start testing. Okay, from using debugging mode. Okay, so let's do quickly the dashboard CSS. Okay, let's start. So at first, this is our dashboard.jsx. Okay, so let's start with our dashboard component. Fine. Okay, so first dashboard container. Okay, so at first display should be flex. Okay, then maximum width, let's take 200 pixels. Okay, then margin, so that should be okay. Then let's add some padding, so 20 pixels. Okay, then background color, so let's take white. Okay, then box shadow, so 0 4 6 pixel, and okay, border radius, so okay, then margin top 30 pixel. Okay, and minimum height 500 pixels. Done. Okay, let's take the next one. Okay, that is dashboard sidebar. So okay, so width should be, let's take 250 pixels. Okay, background color, okay, then border should be in the right, so it should be 1 pixel solid, and okay, then padding, so okay, and then border radius, so let's take okay, done. Next, let's take the next is dashboard menu item. Okay, so first let's add some padding. Okay, then cursor should be pointer, then color. Okay, then transition. Okay, on background color 0.3 second ease. Okay, done. Next, dashboard and on hover, so background color hashtag. Okay, fine, background color. Okay, next is dashboard menu item active. Okay, so if suppose some user clicks on this section, so the class name becomes dashboard menu item and this active. Okay, fine. So dashboard menu item dot active, so background color, okay, and margin top, that is 20 pixels. Okay, next, okay, dashboard menu item, and yeah, now dashboard content. So okay, so let it flex grow. Okay, then let's add some padding, so 20 pixels, background color. Okay, and then border radius. Okay, so fine. Okay, then okay, so there is nothing here. Let's leave the dashboard home. This divs. Okay, yeah. Let's take profile details. Okay, you can add your design styles. Profile details. Okay, so background color. Fine. Let's add some padding. 20 pixels. Okay, and border radius. So let's 6 pixels. Okay, fine. Now the next is profile field. Okay, profile field. Fine. So margin, let's add the bottom margin, that is 15 pixels. Okay, fine. Then profile field label. Okay, so profile field label. Now first display should be block. Okay, label. Okay, like block. Then font weight should be bold. Okay, color, and let's add some margin bottom, that should be 5 pixels. Okay, fine. Then input, profile field input. So okay, profile field input. So width should be 100%. Okay, then let's add some padding, 10 pixels. Then border, that should be solid, and okay, then border radius, that should be 4 pixels. Okay, and then background color, so white. Now profile field, this read only input, read only. Okay, like if the text field is read only, fine, cannot be editable, so the background color should be somewhat different. And if once user clicks on the edit button, so background color should be some white, complete white. Okay, so now let's take the read only one. Okay, so profile field, okay, input, read only. Okay, so the background color should be okay, and cursor should be not allowed. Done. Okay, then this is done. Okay, yeah, now profile actions. So profile actions. Okay, so display should be the flex. Okay, then the gap should be 10 pixels, and let's add some margin top, that will be 20 pixels. Okay, then okay, button. So fine, so padding should be 10 pixels, 15 pixel, and then border. Okay, then border radius should be 4 pixels. Okay, cursor, pointer. Okay, font weight bold, and transition, background color is. Okay, now button primary. Okay, so background color should be hashtag 007. Okay, this is a primary blue. Okay, and color should be white. Okay, fine. Then this button primary hover. So background color should be hashtag 005. Okay, or okay, fine. Then okay, button secondary. So button secondary background color should be hashtag 6C757D, somewhat grayish color. Fine. And then button secondary hover. So background color should be 54B 5B62. Okay, some dark gray. Okay, some dark gray. Fine. Okay, next. So what next? One second. Yeah, so let's loading spinner. Yeah, so let's first style this loading spinner. Okay, loading spinner. So display should be flex. Okay, and justify content should be in the center. Align items should be in the center. Okay, height, let's take 100 VH. Okay, font size should be 1.5, and color should be hashtag 007BFF. Okay, fine. Then okay, once again, one second, there is nothing, right? Yeah, error message. This is what I'm searching. So error message. Okay, so the color should be hashtag DC3454. Okay, this is good. Okay, fine. Let's take. This is good. Fine. Text align center, and let's add some margin top, that 20 pixels. Okay, fine. Now next, so this is done, right, for the dashboard components. Okay, final thing is button primary. Fine. Yeah, this is done. You can just do the same thing for this. There is nothing, any content here. Fine. And once you go forward, we'll just add it. Okay, now let's style the model. So model. Okay, model overlay. This is fine. Okay, model overlay. So first the position should be fixed. Okay, top 0, left 0. Okay, width should be 100%. Okay, height should be 100%, and then the background should be okay. So let's 0.5. Fine. Then display, let's flex. Justify content should be in center. Okay, align items should be in the center, and Z index
1000. Fine. Okay. Next, model content. So model content. Okay. So first let's take the background. Fine. Then padding, let's add some 50 pixels. Then border radius, so let's add 8 pixel. Then width should be 100%. Then maximum width should be 500 pixels. Okay, and then box, so 0, 6 should be 0.1. Okay, fine. Now next will be model content h2. Okay, so model content h2. So margin bottom 20 pixels, and text align center, and color should be okay. Fine. Next, model content, this is error message is done already. Form group and model content. Okay, form group current password, and okay, fine, just like it's another model. So this is the current password, new password, confirm password, and button here. Okay, form group. Fine. So model content form group. Okay, so margin bottom, let's take the some bottom margin 15 pixels. Okay, now form group label. So form group label, so display should be the block. Okay, then margin bottom, right? So it should be 5 pixels. Then font weight bold, and color. Okay, so it should be done. Okay, then similarly input, form group input, form group input. Okay, width 100%. Okay, padding 10 pixels. So input, it's same, right? Yeah, border, yeah. So let me copy paste this only. Okay, see here. The background color should be white only, okay, by default, because this input, where is that? This input is read only initially, okay, and yeah, this is so read only. That's why we have explicitly mentioned background color white. Okay, fine. So the next is okay, form group model actions. Okay, model actions. So display should be flex, justify content, flex and okay, gap should be, let's take 10 pixels, and let's take some margin bottom, that is 20 pixels. Okay, fine. Next, so this is done for the model, and okay, users table is also remaining. So let's add users table container.
Okay, so let's take width should be 100%. Okay, and overflow x should be auto. Okay, done. Next, the next is users table. Users table. So width, let's take the width should be 100% and the border collapse. Okay, so collapse. Okay, margin, let's add some margin top 20 pixels. Fine. Now where is that? Okay, users table th and td. Okay, users table th, okay, and td. Fine. So let's take some border 1 pixel solid. Okay, then let's add some padding. Then text align should be in the left. Fine. And users table th, so it should be the background color. Okay, and font weight. Fine. And text transform in uppercase. Fine. Okay, then let's differentiate the even child of this users table. Okay, just like this is the users table and there are 5 users. 1 2 3, 1 2 3 4 and 5. So for the E1 let's put some different color. Okay. Okay, so users table, okay, tr nth child E1. Okay, background color should be fine. And then okay, so this is also button danger. Okay, so users table and button danger. Users table and dot. Okay, so background color, let's take the background color should be okay, color should be white and the border fine, border radius 4 pixel. Let's add some padding 6 12 pixels. Okay, then cursor pointer. Okay, and then transition background color. Okay, now hover. Fine. So background color should be C8233, some dark. Yeah, done. Let me check. Button danger is done and everything is all styling we have done. Okay, for the component users table, for the password change model component form group, okay, and dashboard. Okay, fine. Now let's run. Okay, 1 second. Oh, we need to import it. Import CSS. So import. Okay, we are in the pages. We need to go to the styles. So dot dot come out to the src and go to the styles where dashboard.css. Okay, similarly login also. Fine. Import styles
login.css. Okay, sign up, import styles, sign up.css. Last thing is let's code the main page. See, it's not mandatory. Okay, you can just code at your own, like the way you want to code. Okay, just like a main page. Okay, just we want user management, not the main page. Just like this is the user management, this is the navbar we have done, like this is the body part. Okay, this is for example here, welcome to the user management, get started, getting started, or learn more. Okay, any cards or any link, fine, whatever. So this is what. Okay, main page. Okay, return. So first navigate, use navigate. Fine. So div class name home container. Okay, then div class name home title. Okay, so the title should be welcome to the user management app. Okay, amazing app. Fine. Then div class name equals home buttons. Okay, so once again here should be h1. Yeah, home title. Okay, fine. Button class name equals button primary. Okay, and on click equals handle getting started. Okay, and the other button class name equals secondary, on click handle learn more. Yeah, okay, then that's all. And export default main page. So now handle getting started. So navigate it to sign up. Okay, like you can do anything here, do anything, but I'm navigating into the sign up when user clicks on getting started. And for handle learn more. Okay, so for that window dot open and https what's that, google.com. okay, like you can do anything here also, here too. Okay, and blank. Yeah, fine. Okay, so that is okay. And the main page dot css. Okay, so let's style it also quickly. So first is home container. Home container. So display should be flex. Okay. Flex direction should be the column. Okay. Justify content should be center. Align items should be center. Okay, and then height should be 100 VH minus 60 pixels. Okay, why? Why? Subtracting the navbar height. Then text align center. Okay, and then let's add some padding. So 20 pixels. Fine. Okay. Next, where is that? Home title. Home main page. Home title. Okay, so the font size 2.5. Okay, then margin bottom 30 pixels. Color should be okay. Done. Next, home buttons. Home buttons, BTN button primary, button secondary. Okay. Home buttons. So display should be flex and gap should be 20 pixels. Then button. So let's add some padding. 24 pixels. Then font size 1. Then border radius, so 5 pixel. Okay, then cursor pointer, and then transition background color. Okay, fine. Then primary, right? Background color should be 7. Where is 7? Okay, and then color white, and then BTN. So BTN primary hover. Background color should be hashtag 0056B3. 1 second. So let's, yeah, B9. That is good. B9. Okay. 25AB9. And then secondary. So background color hashtag 6C75 and 7D. Okay. 1 second. Let's do a little bit lighter. Yeah. And secondary hover. Background color hashtag 54. Okay. So oh wait, 545B62. Yeah. Okay, done. Everything is done. Dashboard. Okay, 1 second. Main page. Import styles. page.css. Root. Okay, so first font family. Okay, then line height, then font weight 400, then color, so 213547. Okay. Okay, fine, that is fine. And then background color, so background color, okay, this is okay, fine, this is okay. Then body, so margin 0 and minimum height 100 vh. Okay. Okay, so let's start the testing, and please don't miss the testing. Please don't miss the testing, because we are going to discuss the problems, errors and their solution I have kept in the project while coding. Means I have kept few errors, few problems in the project, in our React project, okay, plus the backend project. And I hope you have identified that problem, plus you all are ready with your solutions. Okay, so it's not the our testing, it's your testing also, your test. Fine. So be ready and we are going to start our testing. Okay, so at first let me run my backend project. Okay, so it's running fine. So the project is running on the port 8080, right? Okay. So yeah, it's running, and yeah, you can see create table user underscore roles and users. Okay, so two tables got created, users and user underscore roles. So in the users, you can see due to the element collection created a new table user underscore roles. Fine. Okay, so let me go to my MySQL command line, and okay, so use user management and show tables. Okay, you can see users and user underscore roles. Select a star from users, empty set, and describe users. Okay, so these are the fields. Done. Similarly, describe user underscore roles. So two fields, user ID and roles. Fine. So now let's run our React project. Okay, so how to run? Go to terminal, new terminal, and okay, npm run dev. Fine. So it's running on the port 5173. Let me go to this origin, localhost and 5173. So let me go to my browser. Okay. First error. Okay, inspect, and yeah, so this is what the error. An error occurred in the router component. Cannot read properties of undefined reading path name. What's that? I hope you found the solution. Router component, okay, so let me go to my app.jsx and router, okay, fine. Why I'm getting the error? Because router doesn't create a history object internally. If I'll use browser router as router, okay, save it. Let me again go to the here. Got it? Yes or no? Yes or no? Yeah,
user management, login, sign up, and whatever we have just coded. Welcome to the user management amazing app. Getting started and learn more. But why? Yeah, that is a question. I want you to prepare for the interview. Why? Okay. Now you might be thinking that no, I don't want to use the browser router. I want to use the router only. Router. Okay, fine. But I want to resolve this error. Okay, so what I told you is why we are getting the error, because router doesn't create a history object internally. Okay, router doesn't create. Fine. We'll create it explicitly. Sure? Okay, let's create it. So first we need to install the history. npm. Okay. Let me close it. npm install and history. Fine. Installing. Okay. So up to date, 36 packages are looking for funding. Done. Let me go to my package. Yeah. You can see added history in the dependencies. Okay. Now let me create a object, history object. Okay, fine. So history equals create browser history in the package. Okay, so import create browser history from history. Okay, done. And here in the router component, first we need to give the location, that is history dot location, and then navigator. Oh, not and, equals history. Okay, now you can see we are not using the browser router. Why we are getting the error? Because router doesn't create the history. Okay, so we have already created it. We have created the history explicitly, manually. Problem solved. Okay, let's go to the browser, refresh it. Okay, so we need to run our project. Fine. npm run dev. Okay, now let's, yeah. Okay, with using the router, problem solved. Is it? Let me go to, let me click on the login. I'm clicking on the login. Here URL changed, 5173/login, but there is no login page or login component is rendering. If I refresh it, yeah, then came. Okay, let me go to the sign up. On clicking, the page is not rendering, but once I click localhost 5173 sign up and then refresh it, now the page is rendering. Why? Because we have created the history manually. Okay, and once we click, that means once we are changing the history, okay, so the URL got changed but component failed to render. Okay, so the first easiest solution is, I told you, use the browser router, and nothing you need to create the history, because browser router internally create the history and do everything. The simplest solution and the best solution, I recommend. But if you have no, I need to use the router only, then okay, I have a solution for that. So okay, what we need to do is we need to explicitly set the location and clean up the listener when component unmounts. Explicitly we need to do everything. Okay, so let's do it. See, suppose it's your interview is going on and I'm the interviewer. I told you you need to implement, and I want the project running smoothly. Just use with the router only, with router. Okay, you should not use the browser router. Do it. Then that is why. Okay, fine. So inside the function will create browser history. Okay, and then location, set location equals use state. Okay, so initially it is history dot location. Fine. Now use effect, and so unlisten equals history dot listen location. Okay, yeah, set location to location. Okay, then clean up the listener when component unmounts. Okay, oops, so this is the comment. Okay, how to do it? Simple. Return unlisten. Okay, fine. And then in the dependency array history, so when history changes, once again, okay, so when history changes, okay, it calls and set the location, new location, so that it renders. Okay, fine. Now let's go to our browser. Okay, see here, login, sign up, login, sign up, login, sign up. Okay, when the history is changing, we are setting that location. Getting a point? Okay, fine. So this is the first error. I hope you got the solution. Let's proceed forward. Okay, so at first let's use the browser router only. Okay, instead of creating the history object manually. Fine, that is the most recommended approach. Fine, so browser router as router. Okay, let me go to there and refresh it. Done. Okay, now let's test further. So first let me sign up. So first let me go to my MySQL, select star from users. Okay, empty set, and let's take a username as Clarky. Okay, Clark, Michael Clark. Okay, Michael Clark at australiancricketer.com. Okay, ca.com, Cricket Australia, and Clark is the password. Okay, Clark is the password. Sign up. Done. Okay, let me go to the inspect. Okay, fine. User, select star from users. Yeah, 1 second. Okay, so here, okay, created at email Michael Clark at ca.com is active, true, password updated at, and username Michael Clark, what we have given. Done. Yeah, okay, fine. Let me again go back. Let's log in. So Michael Clark is the username and password is Clark. See here, again redirected back to the dashboard. Okay, just like we have discussed. In our, yeah, so this is the dashboard. Initially it was login sign up. Here you can see.
welcome Michael Clark. Initially it was login sign up. Now welcome Michael Clark, dashboard link and logout link. So okay, you can just see here nav bar. Okay, so if current user, if we'll get the current user, then welcome dashboard and logout, else login sign up. Got it? Okay. So because if suppose user wants to do something here, some getting started, some scroll down and view some testimonials. Yeah, you are logged in. Okay, status, you can just see the status, dashboard and everything. But if you want to do something on the main page, that's why. Now, okay, I want to go to the dashboard. Yeah, came to the dashboard. Okay. So here, home page, just like we have discussed. This is the sidebar. Welcome Michael Clark, profile. Okay. So username Michael Clark and this is the email. See, it is read only, not editable. And settings page. Like you can add some settings. Okay. That's all upon you. Fine. Let's edit the username. Edit. Editable? Yeah. Okay. So Michael Clarkey. Save. Okay. Then suppose I have logged out. Done. Logged out. Again, let me go back. No. Okay. It should not like, okay, go back again. You will redirect it to the dashboard. Fine. No. Cookies destroyed. Okay. Done. So again, let me, you can see. Let me again, first let me go to this select star from users. Now, if you can see, the username was changed from Michael Clark to Michael Clarkey. Okay. Okay. It should be star key. Fine. Michael Clarkey. And now let me again log in back using the previous username. So 1 second. This Michael Clark and the password is Clark. Login failed. Please check your credentials. The error part we have just put here. Okay, on the login, this error. Okay, then Clark key. Just see here. Initially it is login sign up. Login. Yeah. Logged in. Welcome Michael Clarkey. Go to the dashboard. Okay. Now let's edit the password. Change password. Current password is Clark. Let's change the password to the Clarkey and Clarkey. Okay. 1 second. Let me just show you. Okay, this also. Clarkey. Okay. Let me copy this and then paste it here. Okay, Clarkey. Initially it was Clark. Save. Failed to change the current password. Okay, a new error. Okay, let me go to my console. Got the error. What the error? Current password is incorrect. Okay, where is that? 1 second. User controller. Change password. Change password. Current password is incorrect. Okay, that means. Oh, 1 second. Oh, got it. Password encoder dot matches. See here what I've done. So matches, the first parameter should be raw password, whatever we have entered. The second should be the encoded password, but I have done the first should be the encoded and second is the raw password. See what's happening is whatever password I have that entered there, the current password, yeah, here Clark, I'm fetching this. Okay, in the change password DTO, this is, and the password which I'm getting from the database, the current password from the database, and I'm matching that current password should be the same. Okay, so wait once again. Okay, and so this is okay. Let's save it. Done. Again, let's try it. Save. So it should be printed. Yeah, see here. This is what the password, the current password. Okay, the current password of the user. This encoded password. Okay, encoded Clark password I got, and this is the Clark I'm entering. That is the current password to confirm that you have entered the correct current password. But and I'm matching it using the password encoder dot matches method. But there should be a specific sequence for that. Okay, you are not matching the string to string. No, encoded to the raw password, and that is what I am just showing you. We're gone. So you can see the first should be the raw password and second encoded. Raw password to encode and match. Encoded password from storage to compare with from storage. So first should be the raw password which I've entered. And second should be the raw password from the storage user. Done. Save it, and again let's try it. Okay, so again Clarky, click on the save. Okay, once again let me yeah, here password changed. Password changed. Okay, fine. Save. Okay, I guess saved. Yeah, you can see password changed. Okay, now let me again go. Let me again log out it, and let's log in with the first Michael Clarkey, and let's log out with the old password, this Clark. Okay, Clark. Login field. Clarkey. Welcome Michael Clarkey. Dashboard. Okay, so user, normal user, normal users is done. Okay, like user management, what you can do for this, you can just add whatever here, few cards, graphs, whatever. In the settings you can add the profile page is done, edit also done, save, cancel. Okay, change password, a model open, the model we have created, and we have changed it, saved and cancel. Now admin. Okay, for the admin there should be one more here, menu tab. Okay, so now let's do one thing. Let's add the same user as admin. Okay, otherwise we need to add insert into another user. For the first user we need to add using the script. Okay, because we don't have any direct API to register as admin. If you want to register as admin, you have to be the admin. That's why. So system CLS. Okay, and select star from users. Okay, select star from users. So this is what the user ID 1, and the role is select star from user underscore roles. For the ID 1, role is role user. Let's give the role admin also. Okay, so insert into You can just add new admin and try it. Okay, insert into role users values. For the ID 1 I am assigning role admin also. Okay, user underscore roles. User underscore roles. Fine. Okay, now okay, one second. Select star from user roles. Okay, so for the ID 1 now I've assigned the role admin. That means this user is a admin. Okay, done. So let me go to my login as Michael Clarkey and Clarkey. Dashboard, see here. Okay, one more tab appears for the admin only, and it contains all the users. See, users, no users. Okay, error number 3. What is the error? Pause the video. Paused? Yeah, now tell me in the comment box. Okay, inspect console users table is using incorrect casing. Fine, the tag users table is unrecognized in this browser. If you want to render a React component, start its name with a uppercase letter. Okay, that is good. And users table active section equals users C uppercase. Okay, and where I have declared users table uppercase. Okay, see, let's say one sign up and stark at gmail.com, not Gmail, ca.com, CAU. Okay, CA and stark done. Let's log in. Okay, so normal user, log out. Now let me log in as an admin. So Michael Clarkey and Clarkey. Okay, dashboard users. See, 2 users. Okay, Stark and Michael Clarkey himself. Now he can do some actions. That is, he can delete the user. Admin has power to delete the users. You can add few more actions, whatever, like update or whatever. So delete user. Okay, now your job is the first thing. Add another admin user. Nothing you need to do. What? Let me go here, auth service, and just like this, sign up normal user, sign up admin user. Okay, and here API should be admin controller, admin register admin user. Okay, and same thing. Okay, because you can see register DTO, username, email, password. Okay, fine, and just put the link there. Okay, and one model as the sign up page. Yes, that's all. We have already did it, everything. Okay, so if I'll delete this, Stark, deleted. See, gone. The table got shrink. Logged out. Stark. STARK. Login failed. Go to the select star from users. Okay, gone. Only one
user left, star is deleted. Okay, and that is what we have displayed. Michael Clarkey, okay, users, fine. Now the first thing is that add admin user. Okay, the second thing is he should not display himself. Okay, here other users, or you can do one thing, all the normal users. Okay, this is what the 2 or 3 things you can just do. If you feel any problem, then just comment me down, and I'll provide the code for that also. Okay, and see, no worries, the next videos we are just targeting the payment gateways or some big project, so we need to do everything in that. Okay, that is the real world. This is also real world user management, user profile, like at every point you need to build this. GitHub user profile, LeetCode user profile, Amazon profile, Google profile. Profile is everywhere. You need to manage user admin. Yeah, and admin has the power to do the actions. Okay, so this is all. Fine, so we have done our user management application. I hope you enjoyed the video, and one more thing, please subscribe if you like. Okay, and thank you.